Alright, good morning everyone. Welcome back. I'm your charming self-proclaimed yet still humble host, Mukluk. Today we are going to be picking back up with Rogue Traitor. Muck, your army has arrived in Germany. That's so awesome! Yes, really quickly, a lot of folks are telling me that they have been receiving their plushies from the plushie run that we did a couple months ago. I've been getting a lot of pictures of folks that just got there. This one's a little ruffled from being in the mail, but he'll smooth out. But a lot of folks getting their plushies in the mail. Same Roy. Yeah, Windshark says his was just in a bag. Mine, did I already recycle a box? I might have already recycled the box. Mine was in the little tote bag, like this tote bag. Mine was in this, but then this was in a box. So I had the box, containing it. And you said yours was just in a bag. I wonder if that's like a regional thing. Yeah, mine was in the little tote, and then that was in a box. But yes, for anyone who's interested, I actually have a vote going on the Discord. I have 3 ideas for the next plushie that involves the channel mascot. The first 2 are both him holding the potion bottle, but one he's smiling and one he's going to be smug, like with this type of expression, and then one with the heart. So right now it's neck and neck between these 2 ideas. So if you want to vote on that, that would be the next one. I'm still waiting on Guild Wars 2 to get back to me, or ArenaNet I should say, with the permission slip to go crazy with more ideas using their stuff. But we already got a smug plush. I know, I'm putting things I like, and then I'm letting you guys pick between them. If I get my way, there will be many more. You know, I actually had one idea. Okay, you guys remember the long char? What if we had a Char plushie, but in the middle of the body, it's like a slinky? So he would, you know, stretch. That was another idea I had, but I need permission because Char. You know, there's a lot of other silly little ideas I had that I want to do. A harmonica? More like a accordion, not a harmonica. Harmonica's a little thing, you're like, wah, wah. Just make a long chip. Yeah. Okay, let me...
lies?
Change here. Okay. And I need to shrink down our little guy in the corner here. Okay. Here we go. All right, we are back at Warhammer 40k Rogue Traitor. Last time we had just met
State your intention.
What's her name? I forget her name. Yrliet. And we are going forward and about to probably fight some aliens. I almost certain that I remember a huge fight here, and I'm going toward that right now. Let's see, awareness.
Did you hope to see an Azuriani fail?
This giant ravenous creature is covered in spikes and bone growths. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, I remember a big fight here, and I remember hiding behind this cover, and the cover got destroyed on turn 1, and it was awful. Took me a few tries. Okay, they opened a portal thingy. Muck, in this dialogue, there's many opportunities to get dogmatic points. You don't have to say die Xenos instantly. Oh, really? The tall being in a fine, long garment turns to you, their face hidden behind the blank visor of their helmet. When they begin to speak, even from a distance, you feel the air around the figure grow cold. Monkey, you should not be here. Yrliet strides forward, eyes flashing. Muraran, I am calling you to account. You said that the great danger threatening the Leviathan lurked in the hearts of the Monkey in their greed and ignorance. And all the while, another enemy was looming over this world, an enemy whose tracks you should have seen in things to come. Silan Thresh, she who thirsts, is threatening this world, and you hid it from us. Answer me. Did you or did you not behold our greatest foe in the Leviathan's future? Did you lie to me? After Yrliet's words, the 2 tall Eldari behind Muraran start moving. One looks around at the leader, while the other lets out a cry, muffled under his visor. The rebel beside you cringes, although the Eldari's speech causes him pain. He strains to say something, but Muraran makes an imperious gesture, and the soldier meekly straightens up and salutes, staring at the Xenos with slavish devotion. The robed figure inclines their head, and they begin to speak. Yrliet the outcast, you left the path that was set out for you. You brought unknown Monkey to our refuge, and now you speak to me with unseemingly anger. Your long wanderings far from Cruderrock have altered your mind and tainted your sight. Stop pretending I am not here. I've come to discuss the situation on Janus. Bring your entourage to heal Yrliet the Outcast. Their mere presence offends my sensibilities. The least they could do is display the obedience we have impressed upon our Monkey's servants. This Ellentalk was the first person to discover the coming of Silent Thresh, one of those whom the Monkey called Chaos Gods. Without him, I would still be deceived by your words about destiny and the true future. Monkey revealing paths? It's ludicrous. Monkey bring pain and strife, in our time and for all time. How can you trust a Monkey after what we taught you? After hearing the sorrowful song of the dying world, Muron turns his head toward you. It was not chance that brought Cruderrock down. Monkey destroyed our ancient home, stripped us of our defenses, doomed us to wander amidst the cold stars. Alright, I'm pretty sure this is what I did last time. Even if Cruderrock was destroyed by humans as you claim, I imagine you gave them a perfectly good reason to do so. The Eldar chuckles, his voice turning venomous. Or it could be that your uncontrollable hunger to destroy everything in your path reigns over your every thought and deed. You are playing with words and avoiding the question. Notes of desperation and rage are creeping into Yrliet's voice now. The Leviathan is under threat from our eternal foe, and yet you're more concerned about the presence of the Elantok than the corruption that is flowing through the veins of this world. Did you never consider that your war might simply be hastening Silent Thresh's triumph? Perhaps the ruler's servants, in their efforts to protect her, will resort to more and more instruments of corruption. Muron leans down over Yrliet, his tone menacing. You left Cruderrock in our darkest hour to gratify your ego. You came to us on the Leviathan, and I accepted you as one of our own. I even gave you a real purpose, Yrliet the Outcast, and you dare to insult me? A Farseer? It was a mistake to let you into our circle. You have turned our efforts to survive into dust with your own hands. I am a child of Assyrian, Muron, not a plaything in the cold hands of fate, which you claim speaks through your mouth. My choice of path is no worse than yours or any other Eldari's, and my path calls me to fight our true enemies, not eradicate the Monkey. If it comes to it, I will stand with them, for this Elantok can see what you are blind to, Farseer. Yrliet's eyes are alight with fury. She pointedly lays her hand on her weapon, looking away from the Farseer. My duty is to protect my worlds and my vassals. If Janus is being threatened by the archenemy, I will fight to the end. The words of a creature whose will is ruled by momentary whims. There is nothing you can do to make me believe in the strength of your convictions. Wait, what? Hey, MuklukChat. Hi, goddess. Let's see. There are new drops, or we talk about how the mug is dropped. There's drops for Rogue Traitor going on right now. Muhyo says, oh yeah, put the Chinese image in translation of the Guild Wars 2 discussion. Chat if you want to see it. Oh, cool. Thanks, Muhyo. I'll check that out later on. Nod at the rebels. What have you done to these people? They believe you are their commanders. The Monkey believe they are serving fellow members of their tribe, their wise and noble chiefs. My gift is potent enough to ensure that the Monkey hiding in these forests see us as humans rather than children of Assyrian, and your primitive structures rather than the traces of our kind. Okay, so I could convince them to stop that. Okay, Okay, so this seems like start fight. This seems like start fight. These two seem the opposite of dogmatic. That human there has a shuriken pistol. I think they changed that. Oh, I think this guy. I want to stop the violence on the planet once and for all.
40 months and counting. Chaos bad boop.
Chaos bad. Thank you, Mr. God. Perhaps the Monkey sense their impending inevitable and are ready to surrender. If so, the hour of retribution is closer than I gleaned in the weavings of fate. If this world is in serious danger, there's no sense in fighting each other. Let us deal with our common enemy together. The name of that danger is Monkey, and I will see to it that the Leviathan is purged of those defiling her face. Then again, there is one way to prove to me that the Monkey truly do care about the well-being of their captured world. Eliminate the ruler of the Monkey sojourning on the Leviathan and relinquish the governing of this world to me and my kin. The Leviathan... Wait, what? As will your... Let's see. The Leviathan herself will stand as surety as our agreement, as will your compatriots who live on it. The profit you will gain by tilling the maiden world. Muran tilts his head to the side. Our human helpers will replace the leaders of the Monkey. We will be the ones to govern Leviathan from the shadows. Putting a Xenos at the head of an Imperial planet is suicide. It is not my intention to have my brothers and sisters sit on the Council, Monkey. That role will be played by humans. You may choose whomever you wish for this task, as long as they remember who stands behind them and heed our direction. Muran says nothing for a few moments, then adds mockingly. I suppose my demands can be considered a gift for the likes of you. You could not wish for anything better than Eldari stewards to rule over Monkey without bloodshed. "65%. I cannot give Janus to the Eldari. Humans will only be ruled by humans, but I promise that no harm will come to you." Failed. No, we will restore the Leviathan to our rightful custodians or our conversation is over. Then I've had enough talking. If you Xenos refuse to bow down before the rogue traitor, you will leave me no choice but to kill you. You have revealed your true visage, Monkey. My kin, do your duty, get rid of the outsider. Are you insane? You're condemning us all to death in Silan Thresh's maw. Yrliet grabs her weapon, voice breaking into a desperate shout. I won't let you kill the Elantok, Muran.
Another annoyance.
So trying to get the bird in a spot where we can buff it and hit everyone really early on.
Stop hitting me, Ashmag!
Oh my god.
Here we go.
That's a rough turn one. Heinrichs isn't going anytime soon, apparently.
I will leave footprints of scarlet, as the tenants demand. Trust me.
Okay.
Naturally.
Nice. Okay, regen on everyone.
I won't object.
Armor buff on everyone.
Let's see to it.
AoE heal on everyone.
I'll put my
And
psychic
move
abilities
out of
to
this
use.
swirl thing. Oh my god. Heinrich's almost dead.
Hold on.
Show me what. I'm here, maggots.
It says it's Jay's turn, but she has 0 action points. What? Okay. What the hell?
Is that my blood?
Let's make it quick.
Alright, where's people shooting at us?
Check familiar. Activated.
Okay, that's 2 down.
As the tactical imperative dictates. Running.
Okay, 3 down.
Let's
A predictable downfall.
Alright, Yrliet's turn.
I am not your Xenos pen. Another soul slips beyond the veil. If I must.
I hate the prediction for this skill. So Death Whisper, when you use it, it's like, oh yeah, it's gonna kill that guy. It never does. And I think it says it does 25% damage of a normal shot, but it never properly calculates that when you mouse over stuff, it feels like. Is this game 100 hours like BG3? Yeah. Yeah, it is. I love Rogue Trader. Me too, Ryan. All right, Mr. Mattyman said there's a lot of Eldar baggage here that is opaque. It works like this. Every craft world Eldar essentially picks one thing to do once they come of age. Then they strive to reach perfection in that craft, and then they are supposed to pick something else to do. Yrliet is on the path of the outcast. She's what other people call a pathfinder. They basically have more freedom because they act as scouts for the other Eldar. So in essence, he's bad-mouthing her for picking a path.
War is my muse. Let's
Alright, so
see.
taunt those.
A wicked thought. Schemes within the schemes.
Endure. Okay, dog gets a kill.
My reckoning will be swift.
Here we go.
Lots of parries on my team. Nice.
I shall not fail. Killing brings me no pleasure.
Alright, 3 more done. Heinrich's... What is this turn? Why can he not use
I
Word
won't
of the
do that.
Emperor? Okay.
The Emperor is on our side.
Alright, I don't know what's going on. He can't use his staff. Does he have a debuff or something? Psychosomatic trauma. Cannot use psychic powers. Duration 3 rounds. Holy crap.
Out of my way. Hold on.
Going straight.
Should have fought better.
Heal my wounds.
I think the dog just went
A
down.
moving target lives longer. Easy.
Alright, she's gonna reactivate the
easy.
dog.
I need you by my side.
Let's get. I won't die here.
Setting target parameters for tech familiar unit.
Die!
Explorators know one route. Forward.
Ah, he dodged it.
Request approved.
If it serves your cause.
That was a 95% chance to hit, woman.
I understand. No weakness is hidden from my sight.
Another stroke of genius! A genius at work.
I do not fear.
Death comes in silence.
Can't quite reach from there. Alright, Heinrichs, most of his stuff is still blocked.
Glory.
Just use Endure.
Ooh, another scar to my collection. Strike me again. See what happens.
Let's see. Relocate this here. And
I can do that with the right incentive.
oh shit.
Let's see to it.
I forgot that he was still silenced. He can't do anything. That was a waste.
Don't get too cocky.
I'll channel my pain into anger.
Tech familiar activated.
Alright, that one's done.
My vow is to serve.
Oh wow, that shot went through him, missed, and hit Muck, but it hit his shield. Okay, I guess that just didn't land.
I am not your Xenos pet.
No bounds.
This tedium is beneath me.
Alright, taunt these two again. Is the dog still on standby? I can't tell.
Let's see.
Apprehend. Bites.
A wicked thought.
Didn't work. Alright, standby.
Yes, at work. A wicked thought. What if?
Shield up. Round 4. Oh, he's got more dudes. Dude, oh my god, they took the dog down again. Rip.
I am your blade and shield.
I will not yield
The
to
shadow
likes
caught
of
by
you.
the web. Trust me. Come, the other side awaits. As the tenants demand.
I will not join the ranks of the dead.
Your battles
Reactivate
are not yet
the dog.
over. I won't object to it.
Pain soothes my soul.
Another loss to the retinue.
Dog down again. Dude, the eagle in this game feels so much better than the dog does.
Tell me when it is done.
She can give someone another turn still.
I can do that with the right incentive.
Let's see to it.
Let's see. A wicked thought.
Shield bash miss. Give him some extra hit points. Vogel's reloading. Oh, wow, that hurt. He just killed the servo skulls. Bird.
Setting target parameters for tech familiar unit.
Okay, bird down.
Advancing.
Chance to hit on all of these is terrible just because of how evasive they are. Alright.
Request approved.
Put live bait on him.
If I must.
77% miss.
I am not your fortune favors the swift.
Heal my wounds.
Taunt these two again.
Work. A wicked thought.
I'm gonna move these two down here.
As honor ordains. The shadows will see it done.
He's still silenced, oh my god.
Naturally.
Naturally. Dog is down again. Dude, the dog's gone down like 4 or 5 times in this fight. It's
Don't worry,
bonkers.
I'll tighten your screws.
Alright, have the bird go for this guy behind the rock.
Activated.
Nice, killed it instantly. Bait buff on Muck again.
Blessed creations of the Omnisire.
What does this do again? Oh, that. Okay.
I understand.
Alright, that one's done.
I am not your. I hear you moving.
That one's
no
done.
More.
Reload. Alright, we got one more back there at least.
Let's see. Schemes within schemes.
Couldn't quite reach it.
Let's
Bite.
see.
My path
Nice.
won't end here.
A
Stand
wicked
by.
thought.
As on death is a blessing.
Alright, is that the last one? Yrliet surveys the field of battle. May the gods guard us against pride and wandering in the vagaries of fate. You dispatch the enemies of humanity admirably. You'd make an excellent sanctioned Xenos. Yrliet rewards you with a contemptuous look. Muran was right about one thing. Your primitive consciousness prevents you from seeing anything that does not lie on the surface. My actions were not done out of a desire to gratify you. Should you grow tired of the Xenos Daemon, I would take her thin bones to the temple of the blood-spun web. They will serve as dust beneath the feet of the righteous. Perhaps Kruderok's demise filled Muran with so much sorrow that it poisoned his mind. Or perhaps it was hatred for the Monkey who desecrated the face of the Leleathan that plunged his heart into darkness. Or perhaps Sylan Thresh herself was toying with the Farseer who had found himself amidst her poisoned gardens. Yrliet begins speaking more quietly, though harshness breaks through in her voice at times. I will never learn the answer to this question, but perhaps if I uncover the secret of Kruderok's demise, I might be able to lift the veil even a little on this mystery. You actually get a lot of dogmatic points for that option. For which one? For which options? Oh, killing Yrliet, I'm guessing? Sending her off with the rest. Gotcha. No, I mean, I feel like in this playthrough so far, I'm doing dogmatic stuff, except when I think it's going to cost me a party member. In those situations, I'm doing what it takes to keep the party members. I feel like that's what we're doing so far. There's nothing more to be done here. Time to return to the shuttle. Yrliet gives you a long studying look. Wait, Alontak. Before you leave these forests forever, take me with you. To the distant suns, the tale of the children of Asuryan on the Leleathan is coming to an end. But somewhere out there among the cold stars of the cosmos that your kind calls the Expanse, there are others, deprived of home, lost, suffering. Yrliet shuts her eyes and grief twists her finely sculpted features. We can help one another, Alontak. You will be my wings and I your wounding spear, and your voice of reason should you encounter my kin. If that is still not enough, she thinks for a moment and continues carefully. I promise you a wondrous reward, Alontak. The treasures of my world hidden in the vastness of space in exchange for the rescue of my kin. If you remain true to your word and do not go back on our covenant. Why should I even be concerned with the affairs of Xenos? Just as the children of Asuryan settled this world you consider yours, my kin have flooded this region of space. Desperately trying to survive, they will seek shelter in your Demesne, perhaps even raiding Monkey vessels for supplies and sustenance. I do not wish such a fate for my kind, just as I hope you do not wish it for your subjects. You do not lack for boldness. Even your request is worded not as a plea, but a treaty. But I like it. We have a deal. She looks at you, tilting her head slightly. Do not forget that the Leviathan still needs help. Vistins of Yat must be slain so that the maiden world may live. And remember your promise, Alontak. When we leave the Leviathan, it will be to go to the distant stars. Muran saw them in his visions, and they sang mournful songs about the fate of my people, and I will fight beside you until the Song of the Stars turns into a funeral lament. Okay. Loot all of that.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Loot that. Let's see. Unsanctioned Psyker Singing Spear. What's consigned? Next hit against the target is an automatic crit. Oh. Rune Armor, Eldari equipment. Okay. Let's see, Eldari Chainsword. Eldari Ranger Armor.
Patience! My nerves are frayed!
Shuriken Catapult, Eldari Ranger Armor. Lord Xenos.
My pleasure.
The mystical gate to the webway, as far as you know, the only method of entering the mysterious dimension created by long-forgotten races of old. Demesne is pronounced domain. It's one of those old-timey words. I'm not familiar with it. Or I wasn't before now.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
How do we get up there? There's a thing up here of loot. I'm trying to figure out how to reach it.
They will see. Oh, yes, indeed.
It doesn't appear it's there.
We'll see. one step at a time amidst the madness.
Is it back by the entrance?
There, done. Curiosity sings in my
There's a
veins.
section here I never found. Okay.
Oh.
Alright, level up.
Seize
Overseer
the moment.
grants an additional AP at the 20th level. Choose a characteristic. I think toughness for this guy. AP increase. I think he is more about intelligence. AP increase. Weapon skill. What's her highest thing? Fellowship? Agility, perception, ballistic. And him... willpower is really high. Okay, willpower is his top stat. Okay, so we just looted some Eldari armors. Are any of those an upgrade for her? She's already wearing Eldari Ranger armor. Rune armor? No. Rune armor scales with willpower. Hers is not high enough to get anything from that. Okay. This rifle can only perform Deadeye shot attacks. Interesting. It's got dangly bits. Chainsword. Okay. Alright. Quick save.
Oh, glorious spectacle of your demise.
Hold on, brothers. I'll call for backup. Okay.
Here we go.
Kemorak.
Get to it.
Out of my way.
Show me what you...
Hold on.
Perish for this affront.
Dang, they get all the turn 1 stuff.
Trust me, as honor ordained. Come, the other side awaits.
On it.
One down.
Let's get
Scared.
Let's make it quick.
Alright.
But of course.
Regeneration on everyone. Armor buff on everyone.
I won't object.
Resolve buff on everyone.
Let's see.
Heal everyone.
Let's get to it.
Two are better than one.
Medicae signal. Give
You've got a
Kibble another
problem?
turn.
I've got a prize.
The Châtelet. brings me no pleasure.
He's dead. Alright, taunting those three. Dog on standby.
How about no?
Take aim on Yrliet.
Am I getting paid for this?
He's dead. He's dead.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. This tedium is beneath me.
Bird.
Setting target parameters for tech familiar units.
Killed one of them. Alright. Live bait on
Tech
Muck.
familiar activated.
Axe.
Functions
He almost never gets to use that.
terminated.
Schemes within schemes.
Taunt everything.
Let's see.
Dog has taken one of them out.
High momentum.
I bring mercy and retribution. Trust me, as on death is a blessing.
Splat.
I won't object to it.
Wait, who's left? Oh, that guy way back there. Everyone is super far away.
Request denied.
Another one.
Alright, is that the last one? That's the last one, nice. Okay. Loot. Let's see. Lord says, I got Rogue Trader. I'm currently 4 hours into the character creator. Sadly, I don't think I'll beat my 300 hours in the character creator for Wrath of the Wretches. 300 hours.
What lies beyond?
The pad is speckled with black tracks and scratches, judging by the evidence of landings and takeoffs.
Sigma bless my Bezos bucks.
Flying machines land here on a regular basis. It could be one of the local types of shuttles. Gorniar, thank you, buddy. Appreciate you. Scrappy lasgun. Lower
A
Xenos.
job for me.
The Xeno ruins visible from under the green canopy look remarkably intact. It seems time and the elements have no power over this bright material.
First you take
I see what
stimulants to hear
others do
whispers.
not.
Then you torture yourself for the perverted pleasure it gives you. Admit it, your vaunted
Just as I was
self-denial is nothing but a facade.
People see only what they know. And all you know is the poisonous sweetness of vice.
Triumphs.
What? Oh.
A minor setback.
The mutilated body is covered in deep lacerations. We failed the medical test.
Ooh, another notch.
Lore warp.
What a shame.
The plant's outer tissue is stretched and cracked from the swollen pulp underneath. Murky ichor oozes from the long tears. Yrliet says, the touch of she who thirsts has disfigured the Leviathan down to the smallest of her children. How deep does the corruption run?
What is that?
A mine. Disarm.
I do what I must.
Patience! My nerves are frayed!
Disciples boots. Plus dodge against enemies with exposed weakness. Recoil gloves. Reduce recoil of automatic weapons by 50%. Kitty cats! 4 kitty cats.
Please, pray. You cannot alter your fate.
Okay.
I understand your intent.
Okay, hold on. Still figuring out her stuff. Hey, look,
If it serves your cause, ancestors guide me. I am not your Xenos pet monkey.
Second one miss. Okay. Hi, Bertram.
Naturally.
Regen on the party.
But of course.
Armor buff on the party.
Let's
Dissolve
see
buff
to
on the party.
it. I won't
Endure
object to
attack.
it.
No, they're all attacking Cat Dog.
A dance of blades and shadows, as the tenets demand. Trust me.
Very nice. Bird says, Mock Morning, I've been leveling a Necromancer style after Vlad Dracula Tepesh in the Castlevania show. Okay. That is a pretty epic character to base it on.
Setting target parameters for tech familiar units.
Alright, live bait. Muck.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable. Only Sire condemns
Alright, that one's
you.
done.
A genius.
Alright,
at
taunted
work.
everything.
Schemes
Dog on
within
standby.
schemes. Let's see. I won't sully myself with that.
Commands are more pleasant to give than to follow.
A Medicaid signal.
I can
Give
do that
Pascal
with
another
the right
turn.
incentive.
Abide in the host of blessed creations of the Omnisire. Request approved.
Let's see to it.
Don't get too cocky.
Okay, her queued up shot finally fired.
If it serves your cause, I understand your intent.
That's nice. No, that's the thing that chance return. So that's 95.
If I must.
Okay.
For the throne's glory. Naturally. Let's see to it.
Nice. That taunt caused a lot of attacks of opportunity. Happy to see that.
Death comes in silence, called by the web.
High momentum.
Tech familiar activated.
Gulfstream says, hey, Micah Chat, the Asura plush arrived today. Awesome, I like it. Nice! That is almost a month sooner than they were anticipating. That is awesome. There's a lot of folks sharing pictures on the Discord if you wish to add yours to it, but that's great.
Abide in the host of blessed
What drops? Oh shoot, did I put that in the YouTube title? Apologies. That is misleading. On the Twitch side of things, in the Rogue Trader category, they are doing drops. And it was meant to be part of the title to advertise that. There's basically there's 3 in-game items that you can get while watching a Twitch stream of Rogue Trader. Mike, can I ask you a question? Yeah, sure. Yeah, there's a set of gloves in game, a Vox whistle that has some interaction with your familiars, and there was a 3rd item that I can't immediately recall.
Maelstrom of madness.
Tell me going somewhere?
The handcuffs. Oh yeah, the Arbites handcuffs. It immobilizes enemies near you. Let's see. The Vox Tower was assembled from parts clearly not intended for such a use. Among the support beams and plasteel sheets, you see arches from containers and fasteners from agri cisterns.
They will see. Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Oh.
Alright. Oh, we've got to, where is it? Alright, let's just do this. August for the Americanos only. Shipping was announced for August, but arrived today here in Germany. Yeah, I'm kind of learning as you guys tell me, like, how quickly you guys are getting them, because, you know, mine, of course, is the prototype. Actually, you know what? Correction on that, because my son wanted one, and we ordered one through the customer portal for him. We have gotten the email that that's on the way, but that one hasn't arrived yet. Saint says, is there a cap on how much you can farm meta, like Dragonfall and Silver Waste, by diminishing returns? The main thing is simply that the first time you do those, like the map meta each day, you get the Hero's Choice box. And that's just once per day. The Hero's Choice chest is once per day. But the other stuff, like, you can keep doing it over and over, to my knowledge. Alright, so back to the Capital's estate. I feel like I should bring Yrliet to this, but meh. Like, she's very invested in this part for the story.
One step at a time. Madness.
Wait. Who is this guy? I don't remember him. The stooped man wearing a cloak of the Adeptus Administratum is reviewing information on a data slate while his quietly whirring mechanical arms fill a long scroll with writing. Upon noticing you, the man stretches his thin lips into a smile and deferentially bows. The light in his eyes of the servo skull, hovering over his right shoulder, gently pulsate. Your lordship, what an honor it is to address you in person. Allow me to introduce myself, Attilius Quint, Prefectus of the Officio Agricultae. I will preserve the record of our conversation forever. Dogmatic. Okay. So, by telling this guy where this dead traitor is, they're gonna find his family and, like, punish them. Dogmatic. I uncovered the servant who betrayed the governor. Here is the place where you will find his body. The secretary's eyes light with wicked fire. What wonderful news! We will conduct the identification without delay, and punitive measures will be taken against the criminal's close associates. We will instill those weak minds with the due terror the governor's power warrants. What a sage decision, Shireen. Let the rebels' innocent children and relatives rot on the rack as a lesson to all heretics. I swear to the Exalted One, your name will be fondly remembered on Janus. What do you think of Esten's of Yacht? The governor is a superb leader. She possesses an excellent grasp of all matters that never uses an incorrect form for a given situation. I do not pry into her personal affairs, but if I may speak plainly, a lady who fills out paperwork with such finesse cannot be a bad person in my view. What record of our conversation? Your lordship, I painstakingly record every conversation with high-ranking personages, and afterward I fill out all 7 accompanying forms personally. Atelius rolls up his completed scroll in a practiced gesture, stows it away, and pulls out a new one. Your words and judgments are in good hands. Laudable foresight. Thank you. Moments such as the appearance of a rogue trader must be preserved for posterity. What are your duties here? By the grace of the God Emperor, I oversee the administrative apparatus on that planet and serve as secretary. I am also responsible for the logistics related to supplying the planets of the Von Valancius dynasty and the timely payment of tithes to the Imperium's official collectors. Speaking of the Von Valancius dynasty, when were the last shipments sent? Your lordship, our supply shipments are all in order. All foodstuffs and other items are ready for export and are simply awaiting the arrival of the transport ships. However, given the current circumstances on the planet, Janus could not provide even one tranche more than what is already prepared. I am certain the situation will be rectified in the near future. When did the collector ships last come to Janus? Your lordship, I must confess that as yet I have not had the pleasure of filling out the sacred tithe protocol form, as the last Imperial ships to come here did so under my predecessor. Come to think of it, that would have been several decades ago. I do hope the logisticians responsible for such an unforgivable oversight lose their heads over this. That's enough. What do you know about the attack on the planet? A disgraceful incident. Simply disgraceful. I cannot believe these scoundrels would dare to come so close, and to drag the nobility into this as well. If they penetrated the estate, that means that they can help That means that they had help from some worthless servant or other. Security is currently questioning the survivors, but the culprit has not been found yet. He smiles unpleasantly. I mean, yeah, I told you who the culprit was. Alright. I must take my leave. I look forward to meeting you again, your lordship. What a good servant of the Emperor. Why am I getting Taco Bell ads, Muck? There's no Taco Mucking Bell in Brazil. I don't know. That's funny. Lord Von Valancius, we are most delighted to welcome you as a guest. Would your lordship prefer to speak to the governor alone or with entourage? My entourage will accompany me in my meeting. Greetings, your lordship. How may I be of assistance? You neglected to mention the strange changes in the planet's flora and fauna. Magos Vinzelex is a very wise man, but his fixation on evolutionary processes seems a little extreme to me. Janus was heavily cultivated. Forests were cleared, mountains raised across half the planet. It is no surprise we are noticing the consequence of those changes. It's possible the plant's mutations are connected to waste runoff from the harvesting equipment, and the changes in wildlife behavior could be a reaction to the expansion of the cultivated area. Vistinza shakes her head with a laugh. Are you surprised by my knowledge on the topic? Our whole dynasty has dedicated itself to taming Janus, this plentiful yet stubborn planet. Every member of the Viat bloodline is versed in the fundamentals of planetary engineering and its consequences. You are forcing settlements to pay their tithe in human bodies? What? Really, Mukluk, you speak as if you actually believe the claims of those wretched peasants. I do not ask anyone to pay tithes in human bodies. I'm reducing the burden on the settlements, which have suffered as a result of unsuccessful experiments involving enriched food, and I'm gathering the worst affected subjects, those who are no longer capable of work, for further study. Some among my circle would call such concern for the underclass a weakness which may have incited rebellion among the emboldened rabble. Rumors have reached me about oddities among Janus's population. I don't deny it. Some of our experiments exact a higher toll on the population than others. You see, recently one of the noble families of Janus has taken on the difficult task of enhancing the attributes of our workers. So far, it has involved introducing experimental supplements to their food and mental conditioning in monitored settlements. Sometimes procedures are disrupted and part of the population suffers from side effects. The specialists of the Gravaz family would be better placed to inform you on this topic, but alas, they are currently engaged in the field. How refreshingly novel. The rich treating the common folk like dirt and coating it all with the best intentions. Jay's usual hunting voice now grates like rusted metal. I found the rebel's nest, Vistenza. Have you really, your lordship? And what have you learned? Everything, Vistenza. I know everything. And now you have one chance to beg for mercy. Your lordship? But I have no idea what you're talking about. You have woven your web of deceit in vain. You can no longer hide behind the veil of ignorance. Muck has seen the evidence of your deeds, heard the cries of the tormented Leviathan, walked amidst the decay that you brought to the maiden world. Enough of your lies, chaos wretch. Yrliet! Vistenza exclaims breathlessly. How dare you, you filthy vermin! I will have you flayed for that outburst. Your lordship, what is going on? I have already heard enough, Vistenza, but if you wish me to repeat myself, we know that your loyalty lies with the ruinous powers. Vistenza clenches her jaw so hard you hear a crack. I, daughter of House Viat, governor of Janus, citizen of the Imperium, serve no one other than the Emperor and the Von Valancius dynasty. And what you are accusing me of is merely a tool at my disposal, a tool that I have the power and courage to use. Do you think ordinary methods would have been enough to tame this demented planet? No! My family struggled for decades to subdue Janus once and for all, and it was all in vain. But loyal servants of those families who have resided on Janus for centuries helped me to unlock a new source of power. Ancient, boy, she's just spilling her guts out, isn't she? Ancient knowledge secretly passed down from generation to generation, accessible to a select few, which grants power over nature itself. How could I reject it? How could I undo all the work of my predecessors who were entrusted with Janus, who faithfully served the Von Valancius dynasty, and who, with a madman's obsessiveness, hewed the rock into a stunning diamond? 2 days spent among the initiated was enough for me to start hearing the voices of angels in my ears. Angels who gifted me the keys to conquering this world. And before you offend my ears with more accusations or moral admonitions, remember who has dutifully served your dynasty all these years. Remember who has devoted her life to turning Janus into the primary source of wealth in your protectorate. Remember to whom your predecessor just entrusted one of her most valuable worlds without fear of treachery or conspiracy. Without me, without my service, my sacrifice, Janus would be nothing. Continue. Pascal's vox emits a pensive hiss. Behold, proof of why knowledge must remain in the hands of the worthy. Many lay people are capable of possessing it, but a wise mind that is not bound by oaths of obedience to the Omnissiah is vulnerable to corruption and free thinking. Even more vulnerable than the mind of an ignorant commoner. I like how he called her wise in that sentence, but then at the same time hit her with like 3 insults. What more proof do you need, Alantok? The Monkey has confessed to her handiwork. Dogmatic. In the name of the Emperor, I, rogue traitor of the Von Valancius dynasty, sentence you, Vistenza Janus Viat Ab Aram Af Coronis, to death. You made a mistake in thinking that anyone would come to your aid on my world. Servants to me! Awkward silence. Secret tunnel, secret tunnel, secret tunnel. Yeah, this is different last time. So last time I did this, I believe I convinced her to see what she was doing, and then the aide shot her in the back. Remove the obstacle.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Curiosity.
I like how she said servants to me and no one showed up. That was great. Let's see.
Whisper and be heard. Death walks with me. The Vizier. Would he be proud? Am I?
Let's see. A bolt pistol, some medkits. You know what? Hang on a second. I don't know. Let's see. Let's equip some grenades. I don't have grenades on most of my people. Just in case we need to go boom, chat. You never know when you might need to go boom. Alright.
Patience? My nerves are frayed.
Pascal, can you open this?
The machine god grants the
Of course he
insight.
can. Pascal's amazing. Oh my gosh, chat, it's a den of debauchery! Oh, it's a daemonet. I think that might be a daemonet. I actually recognize those now after all the Total War I've been playing. What's that? Plus 10 lore warp, but the wielder suffers more damage from psychic and navigator powers.
In this tapestry of the world, I am the rogue thread.
Okay, so Yrliet gets to go first.
This tedium is beneath me.
That's 2 AP, okay. So...
If it serves your cause, I am not. I deal death with my hands. If it serves you, I understand your intent.
Summon Daemonet. So Daemonets, for those new to Warhammer, I can tell you a tiny bit about these. These are like demon women. They always look a bit on the curvy side, and their arms are often giant scythes or claws, and they can rip through armor. They're very glass cannon, and they're extremely fast. Like, a horde of these can, like, rush at a squad of troops, and a lot of them will get gunned down, but the ones that reach will rip through the troops. Let's see.
The storm
Let's do
approaches.
this. Can't reach her with the taunt yet.
What if...
Put the dog on standby.
Let's see. Even I won't do that.
Accept it. Embrace it.
Too bad I
He accidentally just shot the daemon. Demonic regeneration. Alright. This isn't gonna hit Muck,
I
unfortunately.
won't object to it.
Alright, regen everyone.
For the throne's glory. Naturally. I won't object to it.
Oh wow, that'll reach from here? Dang! That's awesome. So we kill her and we stop the summoning, because she's just making more dudes. Okay. Put bait on him, duck down.
I shall not fail. As honor ordains. Killing brings
Hey,
me
that
no
one's done.
pleasure.
My, it's
Medicae
time for
signal.
the run, my sweet.
Let's
Commands are more pleasant to give
move it up
than
here.
to follow. Don't get too cocky.
just keep sending the bird at the mate.
Tech familiar activated.
Follow my lead.
Stun grenade. Oh, the charged up shot she started last turn just killed that person and that person. That might be the most useful that Yrliet's ever been up to this point.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. This tedium is beneath me.
Alright, taunt all of that.
Schemes within schemes. Let's see.
Raise shield toward that stuff. Dude, that bird is getting to do a lot right now. Regen on Muck because it didn't hit him earlier.
More trouble than it's worth.
Embrace excess.
Setting target parameters. Tech familiar. Abide in the host of blessed creations of the Omnisire.
AoE 2 of them.
I am your blade and shield. The shadows will see it done. As the tenets demand. Trust me. As honor ordains.
They are dodging a lot.
Too bad I'm still standing.
What's going on? I can't. This is weird.
Watch my back.
I want to order the skull to move, but I can't. Is it like immobilized or something? Horrors of the Warp. -5 to a bunch of stats.
My. It's time for them to run, my sweet.
I don't know what's going on. I can't move the skull right now, though. Alright, forget that.
You've got a problem, I've got a prize.
I am unsatisfied.
Am I getting paid for this?
Dog gets a Daemon for 21.
Another soul slips beyond the veil.
Yrliet finishes a snipe.
I deal death with my hands.
Another Daemonette down.
If I must. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
A wicked thought. Let's see.
Oh, Vistenza's still in there. Forgot about her.
Everyone, step aside.
Relocate the
Do
bird
I
here.
really?
And then channel a heal through it.
But of course,
Which hits
Lord
everyone.
Captain. Let's see to it.
Siphon life.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful.
Big snipe is aimed at the one on the left right now, so I'm going to focus on this one.
Abide in the host of blessed creations of the Omnisire. Request approved.
I bring mercy and retribution. The shadows will see it done.
Wow, 00011. Whoa. We just took a lot of hits. Alright, first,
Tell me,
give Pascal a bunch of movement.
Just designate a target.
Then, I think Pascal does not have line of sight of anyone to hit them right now.
I can do that with the right incentive.
I shall not let your soul be purged.
I understand your intent.
Boom. Wait, I have no idea why it gave me a second attack. She usually only gets one attack per turn. I don't know why that happened. I'll take it though.
Foes in my wake.
Let's see. Overcharge the dog.
Artistry. A wicked thought.
I won't object to it. I need a foothold.
0.
For the throne's glory.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
0 again. She's too strong. Alright, bait on Muck.
Trust me, as the tenets demand.
Dude, what is with this lady's armor? 0000014. It's crazy.
I know what I'm doing, usually.
Two are better than one.
Wait, hold on a sec. What? Hold on. I just got an achievement. On daring difficulty or above, you had at least 15 creatures at once in the extrapolation area. Extrapolation area. Huh? What? I feel like it gave me that as a bug.
We'll see it done.
Demonic regeneration regenerates the wounds of allied demonic creatures. Force field, 50% chance to absorb all incoming damage. Feels like it's more than 50.
That is beneath me. I deal death with my hands.
How poetic that Yrliet gets the killing shot. Yrliet lowers her weapon, but her shoulders remain tense. She finally catches her breath, shaking her hair out of her face in a fluid motion, and looks at you. You've done your duty, Alantok. From now on, the Leleathan has hope for the future. A future without Silent Thresh and her followers. This world has yet to be cleansed, but there is a time for everything. Now is the time to thank you. Yrliet bows her head slightly. So the heretic is dead. Now what? There's no doubt that our visit has stirred up the inhabitants of this place, but it is unlikely that their devotion to She Who Thirsts will outweigh their fear of your authority. Whatever it is based on your society, you have nothing to fear. I will most likely return to Janus in the future. I must keep an eye on my worlds. Yrliet nods pensively. Let's see, she had a needle pistol, enforcer-like carapace, and a signet ring with +10 to persuasion. Who has the highest persuasion? Let's see, 25, 25, 30, 80, probably her. Now it's 90. Okay. Alright, let's look at the level ups. Overseer. I'm curious about something. Operative or officer. Okay, seems like I was wondering. I picked Arbites to try out like the pet thing, but I'm honestly liking the eagle way more than the dog. But it looks like I can't change to eagle even if I respect, unless I wasn't in an Arbites to begin with. No. All right, dog. We remain. Okay, new talent. What do we got? Enemies in a 3-cell radius around the familiar suffer -5 penalty to characteristics considered to be the familiar's key characteristics. Start of the Overseer's turn, the familiar gains 3 temp wounds. Familiar's key characteristics increase by 5. Let's do that. Hopefully it'll keep it, help it stay alive. Alright, this is the one with the eagle. Let's see. When the cyber eagle successfully targets the obstructed enemy, okay. Sure. Let's take that. Intelligence. Executioner. Weapon skill, I think. Alright, let's see. If an enemy suffering from any of the Executioner's damage over time effects is suffering from bleeding, burning, and toxin at the same time, they're increased. Betrayal. All damage over time effects inflicted by the Executioner gain 20% critical hit chance. Ooh. Yeah, we'll take that. Okay. Armored hide. Familiar's max wounds increased. When a familiar's ability is used on an ally for 1 round, that ally gains +5 bonus to characteristics considered to be key characteristics of that familiar. When the Overseer uses Bring It Down on an ally in a 4-cell radius around the Servo Skull, it also grants additional extra turn to another ally in the area. The Servo Skull gains +5 to all characteristics. Stacks. Stacks! Okay. Yeah, I like infinitely stacking anything. 85. Fellowship. Yrliet. One of these assassins takes an enemy at full wounds. Assassin gains 20% to dodge and dodge reduction against the enemy until the end of the turn. Whenever the assassin attacks an enemy with a single target attack, the attack reduces the target's armor and dodge until the turn. If an enemy suffers a critical hit from one of the assassin's allies at the start of the assassin's turn, a new opening is created on that enemy. No. Each use of aim for the opening on the same target reduces the target's dodge and dodge reduction by 10%. Stacks. Do that. Probably ballistic skill. Alright, Overseer. Let's see. Can he get more Psyker stuff this level up? It's not looking like it. Is not looking like it. Outmuck, do you have any melee weapons with high armor pin? If so, I'd suggest giving at least 1 to Kibula as their alternate weapon set. I'll have a look at it. I'll take a look. Mug, are you excited for the 6th Revenant Elite spec announcement? Always. In the first round of every combat, all psychic powers of the Biomancy discipline cost -1 action point. Let's do that, because that's first round is when he does like all the buffs and stuff. Willpower, I think. Okay. Alright, quick save, and let's start looting.
The names of the deck crew who served on the blight-stricken ship have been deleted from Memorial Prayer Code. In view of their shameful non-resistance to defilement, martyr status is denied.
Wow.
A reasonable decision. All the knowledge that was previously guarded by their vows and oaths has now become a tool of the archenemy. It is treason.
Sinister Diary. Plus 10 lore warp, minus 10 to willpower. Whoop! Crap. I saw it a second too late. Power grips plus 10 strength. Aphelius Delanor notes on the nature of aristocracy.
There will be no peace.
Pascal, can you open
in
this
my
safe?
wake.
This exploratory
Yes, he
is
can.
blessed with
Yoink.
multifunctionality.
I will say, if they end up with a class icon today that's just like a scythe, everyone's just gonna be like, "Is Dervish." Is Dervish, come on, is Dervish. Like, there's not gonna be any doubt. Alright. Your lordship, what happened? Where is Lady Viet? The secretary stares at Yrliet in horror. Her face twists, but he cannot seem to get out a single word. Janus was under two distinct threats. The corruption of Chaos in the form of Vistenza Viat and her associates, and the Xenos who had manipulated the servants of the Imperium. I dealt with both of them. Heresy? Xenos? The secretary makes a protective gesture in the air. God, Emperor, preserve us. Your lordship, you have surely saved us from our doom. We will immediately begin scouring the planet to root out any remaining conspirators and traitors. The secretary begins to speak, but thinks better of it, instead choosing to step aside and bow his head as you pass.
What lies beyond?
I hope they don't use Guild Wars 1 names. You don't want Guild Wars 1 names? You want them to call it Dervy Boy? Good morning, Mucka Chat. Hi, Laura. Dervish 2 Electric Boogaloo? Yeah. Are we done here? I think we might be done on Janus for now. Alright. Talk to the Vox Master on the ship.
They will see.
Oh, yes.
Indeed. They all.
A decorative
will
sigil
see.
hastily turned into a watchtower is a sure sign of a turbulent situation in the agri world. We now have control over the granaries of Janus. The promise of help given to the liege of Footfall Vladame Takara can now be fulfilled, should the rogue trader so desire. Why is it dogmatic to not send supplies to Footfall? Allow the righteous Incendia Court. She's not even righteous. She's like starving them out so they pay more prices. Allow the righteous Incendia Corda to restore imperial order on the lawless station. Iconoclast, send provisions to Footfall, giving its inhabitants new hope and asserting their right to rule over the station. That's so weird to me. The Dogmatic is not keeping my word with the leader of the station and sending them food? That's super odd. Alright, I know last time I did Iconoclast, so let's just see how this plays out. So, do not send supplies that we promised Footfall, allowing the righteous Incendia Corda to restore Imperial Order. Without provisions, Footfall won't be able to resist the will of Incendia Corda for long and will quickly succumb to her influence. You gain 10 provisions, 350 XP, and 15 Dogmatic. To welcome the new rogue trader, the Adeptus Mechanicus' planetary office brought to the ship an offering of several versatile macro-combines, ancient machines whose carcasses had been found on Janus and carefully restored. The Sacred Steel Titans will serve the Von Valancius dynasty. Mobile Extractium ×3. Okay, so we can build something on this planet now. Pick one of these three things. Chem Princes. Many planetary aristocrats have stained themselves with incompetence and lost their titles. A new nobility of Chem Princes will be created out of subjects who prove capable in science and governance. Those who succeed in wisely managing their agri-complex fiefs, strictly maintaining obedience among the commoners, and increasing the output of rare organic chemicals will keep their positions. Chemical grenades, security chemical provisions. And these replenish. Can blind, slow, disturb. Alright, next thing. Ultra Inquisitors. In the days of the mutiny, many among Janus's pampered nobility fled the planet. They are to be replaced with more enterprising servants. Small but ambitious Ultra Requisitor Syndicate, belonging to the Casbala Commission, has contacted the Rogue Trader with a lowly request to entrust the governance of Janus to them. With Vladimir Takara pushing all of his competitors out of cold trade, the Ultra Inquisitors are hoping to change their line of business and become dignified aristocrats serving House Von Valancius. You get a fancy gun that we can't use. Profit factor increases. We don't get profit factor with the first thing, but the grenades keep respawning, so we keep getting more of these. Alright, last one is Sophocracy. 10 strength is a -10 penalty to intelligence action willpower. Okay, we get drugs. Janus is ailing, and who better to cure it than the sage genitors of the Magos biologists? Management of the agri-complexes will be taken away from aristocrats and handed over to the servants of the Omnissiah, who will synchronize their operations for the benefit of the planet. 4 provisions and 1 efficiency per turn. I think I'm going to, I think I'm going to work with the Magos. I trust them more than nobility. Alright, we're building that. I'm gonna put some tech priests in charge of this place. Let's see. Did I already go there? Already explored. Already explored. Okay. So I think I need to talk with the Voxmaster on the bridge. So let's go to the bridge. To be honest, I think you should read the poem before saying anything as Dervish. Hold on, let me tab out for a sec. Where is, let's see, you said you put it in the Guild Wars 2 discussion. There's a lot in there. What is it? Where is it? Through rites the unseen yields, Valor's fire melts the ice. Huh? Valor's fire makes me think of Guardian. Through rites the unseen yields. I mean, that makes it sound like Ritualist. Voxmaster Vigdis. When you approach, Vigdis pulls away from fine-tuning another Vox and bows her head. Lord Captain, the ship informed me of our imminent meeting. My personal log states that the ship's Vox system is malfunctioning. Can you explain? Lord Captain, the Voxmaster is caught off guard by your question. It takes her a moment to find the words. The Vox system is functioning as expected, and no communication problems have been reported by any of the crew. Please allow me to check the system's calibration settings in your presence to alleviate any concerns you may have had about its performance. The Vox Master's thin fingers dart between hundreds of wires and cables on the control panel. Flipping switches and turning dials, she issues commands and methodically checks the lines of communication with the crew on every deck. At last, accompanied by the sound of static, the crackling of the Vox, and the flickering of signaling lights, the dance of her hands concludes. All finished, Lord Captain. No issues detected. The system is working as expected. She studies your face as she awaits your response. Thank you for your service, Mistress Tollerman. Lord Captain. She offers an unusually deep bow, likely using it to mask her confusion. Fellowship. Connect me to the main channel. I wish to bolster the morale of my crew. Fellowship failed? That was 85%. Before you can activate the Vox, a deafening screech of static fills the air, making everyone aboard jump to attention. You clear your throat and address the crew with a rousing speech, but whispers and indifferent stares are the only response. No, I was cringe. No. Oh no, I had a 15% chance of being cringe and we nailed it. That will be all. Okay, oh, that was embarrassing. Alright. What's next? Let's see. Let's skim through these. The forlorn dwellings of the base inhabitants should be near the freight line station. This is where one can get a glimpse in order to search life. Compeller, the asteroid is not functioning. Is there any help? Once the machine is repaired, car master will be able to deliver previously and several messages to the rogue trader. I already did that, I feel like. Why is it still showing that? Hunter knowledge, culture reconnaissance data must be delivered to Adeptus Mechanics representing Footfall. The local inhabitants of the Legion of Footfall can provide more information. Go to the quarantine zone. Oh yeah, we were waiting on that to get opened up. Let's see, restore the operation, the administrative apparatus on Argonis, Kappa Gamma, and we got Janus done. According to Reverend Hieronymus, there's people in the shadow quarters of Footfall. Heinrichs needs to go to Kappa Gamma. Lord Captain should discuss preparations with the High Factotum on the bridge. You may encounter Eldari and blah 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 Yrliet, okay? Every vassal has a manages with prudence. Rogue Trader's Cogitator on the bridge once belonged to Theodore von Valancius. Pascal sure could be used to decrypt. Okay, Pascal. Forgotten Twins. Okay, so I need to talk to Pascal and I need to talk to the High Factotum.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
I don't see an option for that. I want to know the truth about you.
The request is approved. I did conceal certain information. I was a student of Archmagos Amanat, but I committed an act of betrayal after he deviated from sacred dogma.
What did Amanat do?
He fell into schism and challenged the sacred boundaries of knowledge. The
Morning,
blessed
Mr. Hi, Blue.
Amanat claimed the limits of what is permitted must be expanded, because by refusing to explore certain law, we find ourselves in contempt of the seventh universal law. Comprehension is the key to all things. My mentor put forth a thesis claiming that we have stagnated, that a ritual is now nothing but a cage for souls and false worship of the Omnissiah. He sought to break the cycle of mindless repetition because he saw the inevitable demise of our faith and all humanity at the end of it.
Fascinating.
Acknowledged.
How did you betray Amanat?
The teachings of the blessed Amanat spread, and word of it reached the conclave of the Cognizance fleet. They recognized his teachings as tech heresy. Many tech priests suddenly vanished or were subjected to servo penance for minor transgressions. The students of Amanat, whose number included many enlightened and respected tech priests, resisted. My prognosis showed that our most likely future was a schism and a fratricidal war that would destroy the Cognizant's fleet. That was when I headed to the Conclave. I confessed and handed the information about my mentor's research over to the Conclave. Brazen anthematic studies of the Forbidden Law. The Conclave could use that data to summon Archmagos Amanat to stand trial and compel him to repent on pain of excommunicate traitoris. His subsequent fate is unknown to me.
You acted as a loyal son of the Imperium should.
I pray that the Omnissiah grants us wisdom to overcome the dialectic differences that divide us.
What are you going to do next?
I was wrong when I assumed it was the blessed Archmagos Amanat who assumed the guise of Abel Haneman. But there is a connection between him and the Reverend Abel, and I intend to uncover the nature of this link.
And the tech priest named Abel, who is he?
I never met him, but I think he was a person of worth. The phrase that came from his lips indicates he was in contact with my mentor. I preserved his cortical implant and absorbed the information it contained. However, the large amounts of data memories are encoded with a cipher yet unfamiliar to me.
No more questions.
Acknowledged. I will return to ruminating on the search for the blessed Amanat. May your late...
Okay, so I thought I could talk to him about the Vox thing, but I guess not now. Where is the high Factotum? He's the chunky boy. There he is. Pleasure to see you, Lord Captain. How may I be of assistance? Have you ever heard of the name Fiery Reckoning? From what I can tell, it was a void ship of some sort. There was a mention of it in one of Theodore's documents I found. Janus thinks for a moment, pursing his lips in concentration. I'm afraid it is not immediately familiar to me, your lordship. Please, allow me a moment. He starts rapidly tapping on the screen of his data slate. I say, House von Valancius did indeed sign a contract with the owners of a vessel with the designation Fiery Reckoning. There are transactions, records of the ship picking up cargo from Kiava Gamma. Well, this is odd. The data log ends there. Apparently this ship had some interactions with one of the workshops on your industrial world. I beg your pardon, your lordship, but that is the extent of the assistance I can provide you in regard to this particular matter. Trobby says, the plushie arrived! Woo! Nice! It's adorable. Nice! I'm glad to hear it got there safely. There's a lot of folks posting pictures of them on the Discord if you want to share Trop, but that is awesome. Let's see. I would like to introduce Kibella to some of the customs practiced among people of my stature. Show her what life is like on the upper decks, so to speak. Janus huffs pensively. Your lordship is most courteous, but what exactly did you have in mind? I don't know what I had in mind. I was counting on you to choose an appropriate ritual. Oh, but of course. You do not have time to puzzle over such trivial solutions. He adjusts his frock coat and nods enigmatically. I will see what can be arranged. Do not worry for a single moment. I promise to find the most suitable approach. I will contact you the moment I have something to offer. Okay. I would like to order the shipping and transportation of some goods. Okay. Can we... What can we sell here? Some void private trade. Can't even get level 2 from that. Yikes. Fellowship of the Void. There's a lot we can trade with them. Elite Chainsword. Heavy Bolter. Don't have enough profit factor to get anything else from them. Casabalica mission. He buys like heretic stuff. Explorators. So the main thing I care about is Imperial Navy, because that gets you the ship upgrades, but there's no more stuff that I have that they want right now. So the question now is what to do with the remaining things. So now we're level 2 in that. Okay. Alright, that's good enough for now. Let's see. Anything else? Alright, that's it for now. Okay. Alright, I think that's all we can do with him right now. Let's head back out. Alright, go to the warp map. And let's see, tabbing out for a quick second here. Okay. Let's see, considering going back to Footfall to see if they've finished opening up the Heretic Den that I need to check out. The tranquility of the warp jump was disturbed by reports of frightening sounds and visions that descended upon the crew. Hundreds of people reported knocking and screaming behind bulkheads of the void vessel, the sound of nails scratching against the hull and the elongated Eldari-like shadows thrashing about the long passageways. The phenomena were most prominent in the far corner of the officer deck where the new Lord Captain's companion named Yrliet had made her home. The ship left the hostile Immaterium and returned to real space. The High Factotum's voice rings with pride. Lord Captain, I have done as commanded. Everything has been prepared for your ritual with Mistress Cabela. A select few upper deck officers are ready to leave their posts to attend this formal gathering and praise your lordship's name. We can begin at your convenience. What? What is this? Splendid, Danrock. Summon my illustrious officers. They're just gonna praise me? It will be done! I shall signal the servants and notify the invited parties immediately. Let us demonstrate to Mistress Cabela just how strong our vessel's spirit of camaraderie truly is. Oh god. So wait, did it happen? Alright, hold on, go back to the bridge. Alright, hold on. What's the new teaser? Wait, what? What is this? Friggin' Firefox logo? Huh. Okay, well, I mean, animal makes me think ranger, flames make me think guardian. Well, I don't know. Revenants are gonna channel rabbits? Yes, always revenants. Always revenants. Wait, how do I do the thing? Everything is ready for the gathering on the officer's deck. Oh god, where's the officer's deck? Oh, here it is. Okay. Oh man, so I hope this isn't just gonna be some dudes like, oh, you're so amazing, boss, we love you, and she's just gonna be like, wow, this date is weird. Glory to the great rogue trader. Long live the rogue trader. Oh my god, dude, there's a lot of people. Kibala stands out clearly from the officers in attendance, both for her favoring the full regalia of a member of the blood-spun web over formal attire, and for the empty space around her. The other attendees are keeping their distance, as if an air of mortal danger repels them from your companion. Danrock, whose keen, worried gaze is locked on Kibala and whose mouth is stretched into the most courteous of smiles, gives you a hurried bow. Your lordship. Daman Mukluk, you are here. Kibala sounds neither excited nor solemn. Her tone is indifferent as her fearsome metal claws clutch a slice of fruit from one of the plates. How are you? I feel wrong. Strange people, strange sounds and gestures. Kibala lets out a sharp breath. Her gaze becomes vacant and her hand reaches for the table knife. I am losing myself in this whirlpool. Grasping the knife, she begins to carve lines right into the expensive wooden tabletop. A nervous murmur runs through the crowd. Their tense gazes are locked on the harmless-looking, barely sharpened metal utensil in the hand of the cultist of the blood-spun web. Persuasion? Smile at Kibala. I see you have already mastered the art of commanding attention. You seem to be quite in your element. She blinks in surprise and looks up at you. She glances back and forth, seemingly privy to the meaning of your words, and then her clear, genuine laughter fills the room, startling everyone around her. I suppose that's true, Daman. I will not fluster your subjects further. 62 XP. Kibala glances at the maze she has inscribed and sighs. Whenever I lose my thread, whenever I am forced to stray by the outside world, I return to the labyrinth. It has all the answers. My meditation helps. In finding my way out, I regain myself and praise the righteousness of serving the Undying One. Have you found a delicacy that is to your liking? She smiles. Food like this is impossible to come by in the lower bays. I do not know what this is, but it tastes incredible. Juice is dripping down her fingers and hand. It seems she is the only one here who has not lost her appetite. The officers' faces have turned pale, alarmed masks, and none of them is in a hurry to enjoy the feast. And how do you like the ceremonies of the Epidex? I am attempting to peer through the florid shell to the core, yet it continues to elude me. Kibala looks at you in the eye. What is the purpose of this ritual, Mukluk? Explain it to me. Gratitude. My crew is willing to give their lives for the dynasty, and this is my way of praising their service. Does one merit gratitude for... You know, hold on. Big question here. Big question here. We're working on another plushie. When it comes time to make a commercial for it, do I use Shoe Body Bop again? Or do we do something else? I don't know. I have to think on that. I used every idea I had in the first commercial. With like, you know, it's a knife, no, and the shoe body and all of that. I used every idea I had all at once. I gotta come up with something for the next one. Does one merit gratitude for doing what their duty demands? Would these people act differently without your show of appreciation? I hope that is not the case. I am too conspicuous beside the rest of your servants. Kibala looks at the other guests, and they quickly avert their eyes. A fitting mask, that is what is required for a ritual like this. I came unprepared. It will not happen again. Your choice of attire is not customary for such gatherings. Kibala looks at you with mild confusion. My appearance tells those around me who I am. Everyone here is wearing a mask for their respective thread. Is this not a requirement for your rituals? She glances at the opulent room, the dazzling decor, and the handsomely dressed officers. I didn't want to say this, but now it's the only option. I sense that this gathering was a terrible mistake. Danrock sighs heavily and looks down. Why? You have looked behind the curtain at my existence, and now I have at yours. She stares at you intently. I do not think that we have heard all of the words that should have been spoken here today. Is it because you do not wish to say them in front of witnesses? I grow weary of the crowd. Take a walk with me. Cabela avoids your gaze as the two of you walk away from the other guests. She seems calm, but the slight tremble running down her right hand betrays her agitation. Once you are alone, she looks straight at you. I have discerned what you are doing here, and I know that your calling it a ritual was a ruse. True rituals are a constant immutable, like the cycles of the cooling machines in the ship's bowels or the shifts of the bay's servants. This was spontaneous, something you prepared just for me, and then you stayed at my side the entire time. Now you are here, granting me yet another request. Why is that? I have come to value your company. Her eyes widen. So that's how it is. She suddenly looks away. A smile touches her lips. When you asked me if I wanted to look at the rituals of your world, I was not entirely candid with my answer. Yes, to see the Damon's world is a priceless gift, but what I truly wished for was to see it with you. She gives you a searching look, narrowing her eyes. What do you think, Damon? Has your blade failed you? Wait, what? Step closer? That sounds promising. Kibala's lips stretch into a smile. She slowly places a hand on your shoulder. I share your anticipation, Doman. Kiss! Goth girlfriend unlocked, chat. New teaser's up. Yeah, we saw it. It's Firefox. Cabela reciprocates, hesitantly at first, then passionately. Her lips are warm and soft, surprisingly so for someone seemingly woven from muscle and unyielding will. Thank you for the evening. I hope it will not be the last. Cabela closes her eyes, her lips carrying a slight smile that seems to hold some unspoken secret. As it pleases you, Domin. Wait. I'm wondering if the high Factotum is going to be like, I'm sorry, the party sucked. Nope, there's nothing to really talk about related to that. Okay. Alright. Expanse map. Alright, is that Footfall? Yes. Warp travel. Lord Captain, we're receiving an urgent transmission from Footfall, connecting you. Rogue Traitor, my name is Solomorn Anthar. You and I met on Rykad Minoris. Yeah, the Arbites. I have something to discuss with you. I will be waiting at the Footfall docks. My apologies, Lord Captain. The enforcers report that your pet Eldari is in a foul mood and is moving toward the captain's bridge. My pet Eldari? We didn't dare to stop her, but I expect that you have a difficult conversation ahead of you. My pet Eldari. Revenant 7 elite specs for the next expansion. Yes, Firefox. Spin my giant share.
Please spare me a brief moment of your time, Elantak.
Yrliet quietly appears beside the throne, exhaustion and anger set upon her brow.
Surion knows that I do not care about the curious glances of Monkey. I grew inured to them back in the blossoming gardens of the Lilithon. They curse me from afar. They follow my every move. They ward themselves against me. Let them. After all, what can be done with such weak-minded, primitive creatures? And still, one monkey stunt has caused the cup of my patience to spill over. She dared to approach me, to speak to me, and touch touching my hand. She suggested that we withdraw somewhere private. She wanted Morag. The mere memory of it stirs up a tempest in my soul.
She wanted elf booty. Look at option number 4. I'd do it too. Oh my god. Were you truly so offended by it?
Try to imagine, Elantark, being lusted after by a wild beast. It is foul, disgusting, so vile that it makes your very soul shudder.
Option 7, for you, I'm willing to become a wild animal. Or a pet. Oh no. Dude, this is like Rose talking to Norn women. Oh, man. Do it? No, we just got the goth girlfriend. I don't want to mess that up. I understand this incident was unpleasant, but it does not mean that all humans are animals.
No. Your kind's simple souls and narrow minds are the root of all these flaws. Narrow minds and simple souls. Every day, I feel as if I am caught in a trap, surrounded by a pack of wild animals. I am prepared to pay this price to find my kin, but everything has its limit.
I do not think you fully understand human thoughts and actions. It will take time, but I can help you make sense of them.
I have walked the path of awakening, Elantark, and learned to see that which is hidden and hear that which is unspoken. When I found myself on the Lilithon, I watched your kind long enough to understand the true nature of Monkey. I do not think you can tell me anything I do not already know. Nevertheless, I will not protest. Conversations with you are the only thing on this ship that can ease my solitude.
You are a Xenos, a strange and unknown creature. Humans strive to understand the unknown, for the unknown is the most frightening thing of all.
Had any of them wished to understand my nature, they would have already run away in fear from one who walks the path of the outcast. But they are just trying to provoke me, hurt me.
Oh, that one lady was trying to get with you.
Monkey are driven by their instincts. To survive, to breed, to ensure the preservation of their species and the annihilation of those who threaten them. It is neither good nor bad. It simply is.
Sometimes we struggle to understand the motives behind our own actions.
It was emotions that once brought down my kind, Elantark, toppling us from our pedestal as rulers of the galaxy. Indulging your weaknesses or whims does not make your species any more attractive.
Admuck, will you create a new Discord channel for plushie selfies? I hadn't really considered that, no. So far, people have been putting them in VIP or general chat. I mean, they could. There is a selfies channel. They could go in the selfies channel. That's kind of where they've been so far. Let's see. All humans are different. My people's interest in you was not intended to be an insult.
Elantark, please understand that I do not find Monkey attractive. The mere thought of being intimate with one of your kind.
Yrliet breathes out heavily, trying to maintain her composure.
Our conversation has only proved my point, Elantark. That Monkey and the children of Azurion are as different as night and day. Eldari do not simply see the world differently. They see more than any monkey can ever comprehend.
And what do you see in the world around us that I do not?
What do I see? Your words ring with the desire to know the soul of another. But will you be able to comprehend my answer? I will need time to put the entire truth of this world into the meager language to which your ears are accustomed. When I find my answer, I will pay you a visit.
Okay. Mr. Mug, is Rose allowed to post his selfie on your Discord? Yeah, of course. As long as he doesn't, like, include something really vile. Okay. To be fair, last time Eldar succumbed to their lower instincts, the whole freaking new god of Schmex was born into the world. Yeah, I know. It is Slanesh, right? I can somewhat understand how she would feel threatened by someone flirting too much. Yeah. Wait. Hold on. Alright, Footfall. Alright, Void Dock. Let's see. I need Argenta for the quest in the quarantine area. So bring Argenta for that. New icon is a fox thing. Yeah. Wait, chat, wasn't there, in Guild Wars 2, wasn't there a series, like a collection in Skywatch Archipelago to find a bunch of hidden little things that looked like that? Let's see, Archmilitant. The Fox Cache things. Yeah, the Fox Cache things. Broad expertise. Superior. 1 AP. Agility, ballistic skill. Always ready. Dependable. Agility. Alright. She's currently using a long line. She's currently using Unfading Valor. Is there a... Wait, hold on. Wait, what? Oh. I guess I unequipped that at some point. Whoops.
It's a pleasure as always to catch a stream.
Hey, Dr. Indecisive. Thank you. Appreciate that. Oh, shoot. That's way more damage. Equip that. Alright. That's good. Let's do that. All right. Oh no. Excuse me. All right. Where is the guy I need to talk to?
Curiosity sings in my veins.
My theory is for one of the following: Guardian, Rev, Ranger, Thief, Engineer, Ellie, or Mesmer. Oh, thanks. The Fox things are Shrine Guardian, Infants, if I recall. I think one today looks like ghostly fire coming out of it. Could be Ellie or Rev. Bless you. Thank you. Can you do me a favor on the thumbnail for the Fox head? Can you Photoshop it onto the Paragon's head? Just gonna use the Firefox logo. If you're right that they're linking the Shrine Guardians to a class, and is it Guardian, but also we had to chase down a collection of cards from Dagda as a side quest that were created by Waiting Sorrow? Yeah, I don't know. Opticon. I have collected planetary data that may interest you. With a respectful nod, the tech priest takes the data slate. The collected data is /of interest /significant /compliant with the criteria for cooperation. The Cognizance Fleet thanks you for your contribution and guarantees the provision of a reciprocal /service /indulgence in the form of parts and equipment. Nice. Okay.
Patience.
All right, where is the Arbites guy that wants to talk? Here he is.
Thank you for responding to my request, Rogue Trader. I'm here on the orders of Marshal Strax to ask for your help. We are in pursuit of a tithe thief. We must board the thief ship, execute the heretic for his crimes, and return the sacred tribute to the protection of the Adeptus Arbites. The reward for your assistance in this matter will be the thief's frigate, the Heartless, which we will capture in the course of the mission.
It is a pleasure to see you, Solomon. And you, Gleito?
Gleito, speak! Not every cybermastiff receives a personal greeting from a rogue trader. Such an honor warrants a response.
Dog talk. Why have you approached me and not Winterscale? Rykat Minoris was his world.
I did, and I was rebuffed. As Rogue Trader Winterscale rightly pointed out, from the moment of the tithe's collection, responsibility for it transfers to the Adeptus Arbites. He also noted that the loss of a world is not an inconsiderable detriment to his protectorate, and he has no intention of expending resources to recover something that no longer belongs to him. Under similar circumstances in the past, our arrangement would have obliged us to turn to Lady Theodora. She was a key figure in supporting the Lex Imperialis in the Coronis Expanse.
It is poor form for a rogue trader to refuse to help servants of the law.
It is not for me to judge the Emperor's anointed, not least when I cannot fault his reasoning.
I will help the Adeptus Arbites. What is the plan?
Captain Sargona and his flagship, the Heartless, are concealed in Mundus Nullius. The exact location can only be determined with your ship's augurs when we enter the system. The Heartless is escorted by a small flotilla. You'll need to neutralize it in order to capture the frigate. Our BT strike teams will land on the upper deck, while your boarding party handles the remaining bays. My squad of arbitrators will take on the most difficult and dangerous part of the operation. The ultimate goal is to capture the captain's bridge and interrogate and execute Sargona.
Any tactical recommendations for the assault?
The task is relatively simple. Kill all enemies we encounter, and not let them kill us. Sargona must be taken alive for questioning, but I and my team will handle that. There is one other thing. The following call signs will be used for Vox communication during the mission. You will be RT1, and I will be DX1. I also request you use RBT sign language throughout. Non-verbal commands are faster than speaking, and will allow us to catch our target unawares. Here is a short list.
Solomon hands out data slate to you. Study the data slate. All right, so we're getting to the mission that we did a sponsored stream for a couple weeks ago. Study the data slate. There are 24 basic commands, from head nods to combinations of hand gestures. Everything you need to quickly and efficiently communicate enemy position and numbers, and even coordinate joint attacks. You have a deal.
Good. Do you have any further questions?
I need more information about the thief.
Stein, transfer the latest data. Bryce, hologram. This one has the complete file.
Study the file. Guido Sargona, homeworld unknown, psyker, specialty pyromancy, formerly sanctioned, abandoned his post on a privateer ship and joined the pirates. Confirmed links, Kazbalika, Xenos, allegedly heretical cults, implicated in at least 15 attacks on trading vessels. Study hologram. The image quality leaves something to be desired, but you can make out the criminal's surfeit of augments and sumptuous clothing. There is something haughty, almost maniacal in his bearing, like the tyrants who'd sooner or later proclaim themselves gods. Give me the rundown on Sargona.
He is a former privateer and a fugitive psyker. At one time, he was involved in the coal trade and the supply of Xenos mercenaries, but his pirate habits got the better of him, and he started robbing his associates. Now, even among the criminal rabble, he is known as a nasty piece of work. Something of an achievement, you will agree. Sargona is cunning, cruel, and unpredictable.
That will do.
As you wish.
I have no more questions. Board the flagship and await my command.
Acknowledged. Sargona is already dead. He just doesn't know it yet.
Go to the Mundus Nihilus system. Alright. Cool. I'm guessing after that, that guy's going to join us as a potential party member, since he's like fully voiced and stuff. Alright. Let's see if that quarantine is down. Shadow quarters. Will you be looking more into the teaser? Yeah, in about, like, close to an hour. Then we'll swap to the Guild Wars 2 category, and we'll talk at length about it. And I will be welcoming all suggestions you guys have. The foreman of Utility Crew 3 is whistling some jaunty tune. Is the quarantine zone safe now? That depends. We figure everyone who could have died is dead and rotting, and disease and parasites don't usually live in corpses. We threw a few expendables in the quarantine zone, and we could say for sure that it was thirst that killed them in the end, and not disease. Nice. Brothers and sisters, look, they cleared the way. We break through. It's now or never. Yo, I am 5 feet into this place. Am I getting attacked now? I won't die like a rat. Go, go. Shoot everyone you run into.
Oh, what a glorious spectacle of your demise.
Okay.
Here we go. Out of my way.
Aim for the heart next time.
The enemies of the Emperor will
Gotta remember how to play
undone.
Argenta here.
Doubt is for the weak.
As the
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
A dance of blades and shadows. I shall not fail.
Let's get
Hold on, take you.
time to slaughter someone.
Alright, Medicae signal on the skulls.
Then to follow.
You've got a problem.
I've got a
Pynrex
prize.
turn. AoE regeneration.
My plushie is currently traveling through the Neverlands. Hopefully it will say hi to Loranity. Also yay 42 months.
It's a prayer.
That's awesome. Hey, thank you, Bozer. Appreciate that.
Don't get too cocky.
Let's make it quick.
Let's get to it.
Setting target parameters for tech familiar unit. Running binary override. Request approved.
Let's get to it.
Show me what you've got. I'm here, maggots.
Let's see, standby.
Schemes within schemes. Let's see.
Stomp that one. Do that. Okay.
I won't object to it.
Buff the party.
Let's see to it.
Buff the party.
Naturally.
Buff the party. Heal the party.
For the throne's
Zap.
glory.
Cat dog gets a kill.
There is only death. Yours or mine.
Alright, I need to move where she's standing so she doesn't shoot her own people here.
I'll do it. I am his will made manifest. As the Emperor commands, I eradicate it. Doubt is for the weak, as the image is why I was chosen.
That was a lot of bullets.
As honor ordains. As the tenets demand.
Not really sure what to do.
My,
It's
it's time
Javis'
for them to
turn.
run, my sweet. This battlefield air is good for my lungs.
It's nothing.
That works. Alright, that went well.
Reading damage to bulk.
Let's see. Pascal, try to open that
My
box.
success is an irrefutable certainty.
What lies beyond?
Some kind of container over here.
Take heed, rogue trader.
Reverend Hieronymus' teachings on the Path Saint of Drusus. Lore. What's that? A part of an ancient sewer system, the pipes lead somewhere deep within the asteroid. Goods. Now is their time. Oh, that's the Anver flyer. We've already taken them out. Moans unintelligibly. Toxic knife.
In this tapestry of a world,
Vagabond,
I
coughs.
am the rogue.
Death dressed in black to walk the streets and sowed disease. My plushie arrived today. Love it. Thanks. Nice, Tokella. I'm so glad. We're working on another one right now. But I am thrilled to hear that they've started arriving. Open or areas of skin have turned into one massive burst ulcer. Ugh. The buzzing of flies and the heinous stench complete the picture. Medicae.
And
These
done.
people did not die from disease. It seems they simply fought to the death over remaining provisions. Activate elevator. Logic.
The machine god grants me insight.
Okay. You hear the sound of falling objects from behind the thick sheet of metal, following by angry hissing. Quiet, I said quiet, before someone finds us. I see we are up against true masters of stealth, Shireen. We should keep our voices soft and gentle, or else we might literally scare them to death. I found you already. Open up. A cry of terror rings out from behind the barricade. No, never. We're not letting anyone in. Please have mercy. Don't kill us. We're not infected, I swear. It's them. They're to blame. It's them. Her pleading is cut short by violent, wheezing cough. Who are they? Who is to blame? We'll tell you everything, just please spare our lives. We know where the disease came from. We do know. We know. Another coughing fit interrupts the woman's words. It's them, those damn mutants. They have a hideout somewhere under our block. We used to see them skulking in the shadows all the time. Muck, make the new plushie fast so it can arrive before Xmas. I mean, not gonna rush it, but if it happens before Xmas, that'd be great. But yeah, not gonna like rush the process. After we decide on what we want it to look like, I need to submit it to their people who work on designing it. The two families who died first, they had dealings with them, traded something, and they caught some mutant blight. I know they did. Those mutants are very tough. They always are sick with something, but they don't die of it. But ordinary people definitely do. Giving Jay a sidelong glance, Pascal wheezes in displeasure. I am putting forward a supposition that they traded in samples of xenotechnology, and those samples behaved as expected in the hands of the ignorant. They brought death and extinction to humankind. I agree completely. Ashmags need to be kept away from the cold trade. As the Adeptus Mechanicus' conviction that everyone other than themselves is a moron, that I disagree with. We got lucky though. We're alive by getting by. The disease couldn't claim us. I will verify your claims about the mutants. We're not lying. Look for their entrance. It has to be close by. There's a groove here in the dust like someone left tracks behind before hastily covering them. Judging by the traces of destruction and the corpses all around, many people tried to break through this door. Reverend Hieronymus' teachings on the path of St. Truthos, again.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Someone spilt water here and it hasn't had time to dry. Alright, that just circles back around to where we've already been. There's a new plushie coming. Yeah, we're working on it. I mean, I would love to... If I get open permission from ArenaNet to make more, I've got enough ideas that I could make like a new plushie every like 2 to 3 months for a couple years. But I'm waiting on them. I've been waiting on them for a couple months now. So the next one is going to be the channel icon, the little hooded minion guy. But I've got a lot of ideas that would involve permission from ArenaNet, like the Asura one. But I gotta wait on them for that. Loosely buried under the piles of trash are bodies with obvious gunshot wounds. The wearer cannot suffer burning effect by walking over burning cells. Wearer inflicts 3 additional sacks of burning whenever they stand on burning cells. A pair of eyes lights up in the darkness, too big for a human, too intelligent to be an animal. A moment later, the vision vanishes. There was once a mine entrance here, but caved in decades ago. Moans unintelligibly. Leaflet from the Anver gang. Cargo. The dead are covered in ulcers, and several show traces of repulsive mutations.
See. Oh yes.
To the mutant's lair.
We'll see.
I'll come back to that in a sec. Pascal.
Operation successful.
Another Anver leaflet. Okay. Aynet should do a Jungle Farron plushie. Oh my god. When he's in like the Speedo? Oh no.
One step at a time. What an amusing attempt at defiance.
Well, they're attacking on sight. Yes, I guess they don't want to talk this out. Alright. Put him right there. Why is it not letting me move him? Okay, whatever, start.
Is that my blood?
But of course, Lord Captain.
Alright, regen on everyone.
I won't
Buff on
object to it.
everyone. Heal on everyone. Word of the Emperor. Shield of the Emperor.
Go
Purification discharge. Zap. Yeah, you can do a lot on turn 1.
I can't stand it.
Look out! Cleanses the body. For now.
An
I think they're throwing grenades at us right now.
God Emperor, move through me! Be the fire in my heart! Faith without deeds is worthless. That is a prayer. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Emperor, but... I can't stand it!
Alright, Medicaid signal.
Pleasant to give than to follow.
Let's give Muck a
I can do
turn
that
and use
with the
it
right
to
incentive.
taunt everything. The dog on standby.
What?
Shield bash. Oh, parry.
The shadows will see it done. Death is a blessing. As honor ordains, I shall
You can escape the Emperor's judgment.
trust me.
Okay, she took a few out.
As honor killing brings me no pleasure.
I don't actually know why she just got another turn, but I'll take it.
As the tenets demand.
Bird. Kills 2, injures a 3rd. And puts bait on him.
Activated. My vow is to serve.
Come, the other side awaits.
Overcharge the dog.
Yes. Through the smoke and gunfire.
See, taunt both. Swing at that one.
A wicked thought.
Charge that one.
Schemes
Endure.
within the schemes.
Oh, I didn't even see this one. Zap.
Naturally.
Another scar to my collection.
Ow.
Guided by
Let's go over
faith.
here.
I'll do.
My trajectory is sub.
As the Emperor commands, I.
Pew pew.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Okay, now I'm really riled up.
That missed.
Don't get too cocky.
I won't object to it.
I'll do it.
See something on this. So this right here. So yeah, it's stat from all the extra. That's crazy. So the servo skull gets 5 to each of its key stats whenever someone gets an extra turn near it, and it just keeps going up. Now the skull's not attacking, but it'll eventually become this like unkillable little dude. This little aura bot.
I can do that with the right incentive.
Alright, let's
The shadows
jump over
will
there.
let your soul be purged,
And boop boop.
as honor ordains. I shall call by the web.
That's a lot of blood. Alright. Burb. Today's teaser looks so cool. It does indeed. Agree with you. That missed, sadly.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
What if a genius at work?
I don't know where the dog's at. The dog just had. Oh, he's over there. I was like, the dog just had a turn, but I'm not sure where he was.
Get me a target.
Stop hitting me, Ashma.
Rejoice in battle! As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Eradicated.
Where is the remaining enemy? That one.
Don't get.
Aww, you're no fun.
Assess the
I
situation.
never leave.
X'd out. Now it just says deal with the
I
mutants.
feel nothing. Fear nothing.
Maybe there was more evidence I could have found before coming down here. Yes, let's loot all the people that had the plague. That's a great idea. Revan Hieronymus.
This explorator is blessed
Multi-key.
with multi-functionality.
Provisions. Pack of reagents. The set of chemical reagents increases damage of all bleeding, burning, or toxin effects applied by the user by 2. That could be really good on
Blood is my
Cabela, because
life.
she does a lot of
Death
bleeding with her
is my
current
duty.
build. It's a backpack? Oh, wow. Okay. Well, she had an empty backpack slot. Not what I expected.
Patience? My nerves are frayed.
A lot of copy of the Reverend's Bible or whatever here. Lore Imperium.
A job for me.
A journal of one of the locals. The handwriting is barely legible, but it appears to mark the births and deaths of the inhabitants of the small community of mutants. There is no one to add the last entry. Rip. Imperial Pride. That's a bolt gun. Is that better than the bolt
Sins
gun
hidden in the
Argenta
heart
currently
turn
has?
all to decay.
It is. It is 1 more damage. Also, damage against Xenos, Psychers, and Servants of Chaos increased by 4. Okay. Is that everything in here? Samuel says, Dear Lord, why am I hyped for Guild Wars 2? This is forbidden. Forbidden.
What lies beyond?
Alright, so... What else do we have about that? According to Reverend Hieronymus, suspicious individuals are conducting rituals in the Shadow Quarters, in a place marked by a blue and gold sun. If they are heretics, they must be eradicated. The presence of Sister Argenta is highly advisable. Okay, we're in that area, aren't we? Shadow Quarters. I mean, that's might not be in the quarantine zone. I thought it was in the quarantine zone, but it might not be. Wait, is that the blue and gold sun right there? Hang on. Let's go up here. Oh, that was way below. Alright, let's go back and talk to the people that were hiding behind the metal panel. There's a group here. There's destruction. Where's the people that were hiding? I don't know where they went.
In this tapestry,
it's in the Shadow Quarters. Go back to the beginning and look around for the trail. I feel like I already followed that trail and handled that, but I don't know. The quest says I haven't, so I'll have to go look again. Because I remember that. The source of the disease was a pack of mutants. They have been exterminated. Mutants, is it? Funny thing about mutants. You keep burning them, they just keep popping up. Well, thank you kindly for the help and the details. Footfall won't regret it. Me and the lads will drop by their lair and clean up, make sure there's no disease left.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
Rising sun symbol. Yeah, so there's one right there. Rising sun symbol. Rising sun symbol. Rising sun symbol. Actually, I think I might be following the trail in the wrong direction right now. Oh, wait, hold on. What's this?
Duty prevails.
The fake door is triggered to a mine, connected to a mine trigger. Did I do this one already? Dark hideout. Once I see it, I'll know if I've already done this one. Yeah, this is where we killed the Anvers, guys. Yeah, this one's already done. Alright, so step back out.
They will see. Oh, yes, indeed.
Pyrodine, thank you for the tier 1. Welcome back. Appreciate the help. Just thought it could be like an elite spec I wanted for Ellie, where you channel an element with like CA, gives you new weapon skills based on the element you tune to. Maybe. Another one of the flyers. Well-worn poster, the Cultist of the Imperium. Another sun thing. Another sun thing.
There will be no
another
peace
sun thing.
in my wake.
Wait. I just saw. Wait, hold on. Where was that? Oh, that just goes. That's just the dark hideout. Okay, that's where we just were. Another Anver flyer. Note from Bridge Cache. The crumpled note only has the small fragment of text left. You're on the right path, Seeker. The other caches, ... That. Huh? Footfall's great cathedral was never built. The turret that would have crowned its colossal dome is now located in the atrium where it serves as the chapel of St. Drusus. There may be an ancient cache inside of it. We already did the warehouse thing. If you look at the sun thingies, they each have an arrow of sorts. You have to follow those. What?
What lies beyond?
Cultist lair. Ah, right you are. I've never zoomed in enough to notice the arrow. I thought it was just like a breadcrumb trail. And the thing is, I probably found this on the previous playthrough. I just missed it this time.
A tantalizing anomaly.
The web serves. Just as he ordained. The shadows reveal their secrets.
Never doubt me. The Emperor favors me today.
Open the doors for us, guide our way, twist our way, we beseech thee, O Lord. Yeah, this is looking like some heresy. That's looking like some ultra heresy. I like how she doesn't even wait for the fight to start. She's like, forget turn-based, I'm shooting. Ow.
Chaos guides me.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
It's a painful turn one for me. Two down.
Setting target parameters.
A bait on him.
Running.
Three down.
As honor ordains, my blade whispers your name. The shadows will blade has been overused. Death is a blessing. As honor ordains.
Am I getting paid for this?
Are you serious? Heinrichs is silenced. He can't use his heal stuff on us.
But of course, Lord Captain.
That is freaking awful. Alright.
My, it's time for them to run, my sweet. A moving target lives longer. Tell me that it is done.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Fate is why I was
I'll be
chosen.
marking this incident down.
As the
He'll be
Emperor
marking
commands,
this incident
I
down.
act.
I usually open the fight with regeneration, but I can't. I guess to avoid something like that, Heinrichs needs to start much further back so he can't be silenced on turn one.
A wicked thought. Schemes within schemes. A wicked thought.
So from what I know about 40k, there's no such thing as good guys. What faction are you playing this game? So, alright, so try to super TLDR it. You are playing a human, okay? However, and you are, you know, a servant of humanity, and you're playing a thing called a rogue traitor. Now, a rogue traitor is like, okay, imagine like, you know, we've got space, right? We've got our solar system, and we don't know that much about what's outside of it. Now, in the year 40,000, we've discovered a lot of space. But, you know, there is an end to what we've discovered. Rogue traders go out into the unknown. They claim planets. They say, this is mine now. They meet with aliens. They often shoot them first. But you're allowed to do stuff as a rogue trader that most other people would get put to death for. As long as what you're doing is for the betterment of mankind, like getting more worlds and things like that. So you can play this game and be very dogmatic, which is, you know, yeah, oh, that's heresy, boom, just shoot someone. Or for the people, or you can be very heretical. And, you know, again, you've been the rules so much that by the time you're a full-blown heretic, that it's too late. So you can kind of get an ending where you're kind of the bad guy. Send the Cyber Eagle after that guy. I missed.
This goes against the tenets. I will leave footprints of scarlet, as the tenets demand. I shall let your soul be purged.
Let's see. Let's move the Medicaid skull over there. Oh, thank you. Let's give him an extra turn.
With the right incentive.
A genius at work.
And then she gets another turn.
Trust me. Caught by the web.
And then shoot
Don't
that
get
guy.
cocky.
Miss.
You've got a problem, I've got a prize.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I am...
Oh my god, she hit my dog 3 times. Argenta, why do you hate dogs? You friggin' idiot. And Heinrich's still silenced and can't do anything.
Naturally.
Alright, apprehend. Bite. Nice. Alright.
What if?
Run around freely.
Let's see.
Ow. That eagle. That eagle did. Wait, is he dead? Or is he just unconscious? Or knocked out? Not sure. I think he might be dead.
Request approved.
Nice, landed a hit.
The shadows will see. My blade whispers.
Predictable downfall.
Nice. Oh, it's split. Hmm.
Two are better than one. Don't get too cocky.
As let your tongue, the other side awaits.
Am I getting never fight fair?
Man, Heinrichs did not get to do much of anything in that encounter. Julio says, have you already recorded the new spec video? No. In about 20 minutes, I'll do it. Alright. Argenta rushes to the last living cultist and silently, furiously punches him in the face. Blaspheming heretic! I mean, that's not really silently. Who are you praying to? I know those words. To that call to a lord... Argenta doesn't get to finish. The cultist, having dropped to his knees, interrupts her with grating, rasping laughter. Of course you know them. I recognize you too, lackey to the corpse on the throne. Haven't you already experienced the power of the true God? Didn't you flee from us, shedding tears? Argenta recoils as if from a blow, but then steps forward, grabs the cultist by the scruff of his neck, and makes him look into her eyes burning like embers. I am one of the Adeptus Sororitas, and I have never, not once in my life, fled from heretics and betrayers of humankind. Argenta, wait. This heretic must be interrogated. What do you want to know, servants of the Corpse Emperor? The names of my brethren? How many of us there are? Where we are? I will tell you myself, we are myriad, and we are everywhere. Soon, very soon, you will hear our voices, and when you hear them at your back so close you can feel our breath, then you will know the power of the true God. The Undying Emperor is the one true God. You will soon learn this when you face his harsh judgment, as will all your accomplices. Cabela's voice is filled with cold implacability. Pascal pulls a number of instruments out of his robe. You would bet your life that the purposes of these items isn't to disassemble machines. He says casually, should you encounter difficulties during the information extraction process, I would recommend precise targeting of ganglia. The cultist chuckles arrogantly, but pales under Pascal's calmly probing gaze. How do you know Argenta? Have you seen her on Footfall before? Not on Footfall, the cultist laughs hoarsely. In another place. She flew right in like a bird into a snare. Argenta is staring at the cultist, her eyes wide, as if against her will she whispers two words. Salus Prime. Argenta, what is he talking about? She snaps out of it as if emerging from a reverie. A planet. A place. It doesn't matter. I know these heretics, I fought them and was gravely wounded, but I swear I never turned from them and ran. She turns to the cultist, her eyes filled with cold fury. If you truly have seen me on Salus Prime, someone among you must know a way to get there. Do you have your own ship? A navigator? Answer me. Ships and maps, roads and doors, we have them all, but our paths are not for you. The true God spins his web, and you are but a fly caught in it. But where is the spider? The cultist's eyes fill with madness. Who or what is this true God you keep mentioning? You will know, in time. The cultist gives you a wicked smile, painted with the fresh blood on his lips. I need something more coherent. Rogue traitor, we won't get anything out of this madman. As for my part in the story, I will tell it, but not here, not in his presence. What? I want Pascal to torture him. Oh man, it's not an option. Alright. End him, Argenta. You can kill me, servants of the Corpse Emperor, but you can't stop the victory of the true God. The edge of daybreak is nigh, and the hour of his triumph approaches. Silence hangs for a minute, then Argenta turns to you and shrugs nonchalant. Oh, she just shot him. That's it. We fulfilled Reverend Hieronymus's request, which means I am now free. I can continue my travels with you, Rogue Trader. Before we leave this den, let's round up what remains of the blasphemers. I would like to cleanse this place with purifying flame, but perhaps we can find clues that might tell us where the heretics came from or if they have more associates. Argenta lowers her head wearily. We need to talk, but it can wait. Let us meet on the ship when it's time to depart Footfall. Alright, plasma pistol and a bunch of crap.
Curiosity.
I think we got a bug here. I'm seeing debuffs on the dead bodies, like bleeding stacks and stuff from the fight. That's not supposed to show like that.
My success is an irrefutable
Let's see. A faux hammer? So it's like a revolver type thing? Rending shotgun. Oh, it's like a one-hand shotgun. Okay. Sororitas boots. Raise momentum to 175 when they kill 5 enemies in a row in one turn. Melt a charge. Okay.
In this tapestry of a world.
Having played Darktide, I wonder if that's supposed to be like the one-hand shot pistol that the Arbites have? The Arbites have, like, shotguns that are slightly smaller that fit in one hand, and then they can use a big shield in the other while they're using it. Lincoln can't find it? Oh, Chris, hang on, I got you. Give me a sec. This is what the Guild Wars 2 fans are talking about. I'll give you a link. One moment. Alright. And yeah, I'll be, in about 20 minutes, I'll be diving into it. Okay, so now we need to go back to... I think the Atrium to talk to, Hieronymus.
Patience! My nerves are frayed!
If the 40k folks ever have the Emperor come back, that's going to be pure comedy as he finds out they prayed to him like a god, which is the opposite of what he'd want. Yeah. Yep. There he is. That's who we need to talk to. Your request has been fulfilled. The cultist den in the shadow quarters has been cleared out. A grim smile brightens his features and he makes the sign of the Aquila. I hope that their suffering was commensurate with their deeds. Let's see, 200 faction, 77 XP. Footfall has a new patron, Incendia Corda. Indeed, her loyal servants have already appointed confessional units whose duty is to patrol the station and invite its denizens to repent of their many crimes. As the Emperor is my witness, his pious aides have their work cut out for them on Footfall. For depravity, much like the Void, is immeasurable and omnipresent. But is that any reason not to try and conquer it? I only pray that the blessed Incendia does not find the burden of the offenses of Footfall's denizens so indelible as to cleanse the station in a fiery fount, even though it certainly deserves such a fate. Alright. Okay, so at this point, I think we're good to head back to the ship and do the Arbites mission, which I'm looking forward to, because we saw a little bit of that when we did the sponsored stream for them, but I haven't seen the whole thing. For the dock. There's a theory that if the Emperor dies, the Warp will manifest a new god of humanity equal in power to the Chaos Gods. What? Huh. I haven't heard that one. Alright, so I need a reminder. Where was... Let's see. No. 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 Not now. No. No. Mundus Nullius. Mundus Nullius. Yo, that's way up there. What the hell? That's so far away. Okay. Lord Captain, I keep receiving reports about malfunctions among various ship systems. This time we are dealing with inexplicable temperature fluctuations. Thermal control failures are observed not only in individual compartments, but even in the soldiers' protective equipment. Several crew members have suffered from burns and frostbite. The tech priests are performing the rites of machine spirit pacification and remain convinced that the issues are caused by the spirit's obstinacy and defiance. Their reports claim the incidents remained well within scope of expected performance parameters. Over the last few days, complaints about malfunctioning thermal controls have dwindled, but the crew members have started whispering that our vessel is haunted. The tech priest's assurances that only the machine spirit's tempers are to blame are doing nothing to dissuade these ridiculous rumors. And it's pulling me to the bridge for some reason. Huh? Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember seeing this in a trailer. Alright, so that's us. It's time for our bath. But suddenly... Blah! Ah! Freaking curse of the Pharaoh in my bathtub. That was a big epic. That was a big old bathtub. Abelard, Sarbak, how could you have let this happen? An assassination attempt. I mean, assassination is a strong word. An assassination attempt upon the rogue traitor in his own chambers, right under the noses of your enforcers. A fierce growl rumbles deep in Abelard's throat. The Master-at-Arms radiates grim fury. Her eyes are dark, her lips pursed. With a practiced hand, she removes the maul from her belt and offers it to you. An unforgivable error. I accept full responsibility and ask for due punishment. Take the maul and beat her? Jesus. I want an explanation, not vain self-chastisement. Put that weapon away and report. Sarbak hesitates for a moment before putting the maul away. Understood, Lord Captain. Reporting. All adjacent decks have been isolated. We've begun our search for the culprit and have set up investigation headquarters on the officer's deck. The substance has been analyzed and confirmed to be blood containing traces of major mutations. While it poses no risk of infection to your lordship, the very presence of such genetic aberration on board is a serious threat to the safety of the ship and must be addressed promptly. Once word of this gets out, many among the crew will surely see it as a brazen challenge to your status as rogue traitor. Could this have been an assassination attempt? Then they would have filled the bath with acid or poison instead. There are easier ways to kill someone than drowning them in blood, as foul as that blood may be. Cassia, I beg to differ. Were something of this sort to happen to me, my heart would surely stop. What genetic aberration? The... Excuse me. The heresy of mutation. Mutants are vicious beasts who sow only death and ruin. Yo, there's one like right over there. They are devoid of all humanity, and the vile blood that runs through their veins feeds their unclean thoughts and urges. Numerous accounts speak of entire colonies falling prey to bloody uprisings staged by these creatures, all because their governors were too squeamish to order genetic purges. Adira, you don't say! I wonder why somebody we don't consider human would and exterminate by the thousands would think to revolt. What a crazy mystery! Heinrichs, alas, the Imperium's enemies are not limited only to those outside its borders. Mutants can become a considerable threat, especially when given the chance to organize. Argenta, the heretics have revealed themselves and are eager to fight. Then fight we shall. Let the vessel be purged of their filth. What do you intend to do next? The heresy of mutation. Mutants of... Wait, what? What do you intend to do next? As one, every enforcer present gets on their knees. Lord Captain, this incident has cast a shadow on our honor. We only ask for one thing, a chance to absolve ourselves of our guilt. Allow me to head to the officer's deck at once so that I may lead the investigation personally. Abelard, Lord Captain, on a previous occasion, it was your intervention that resolved a matter that my own rigidity had only succeeded in making worse. With all due respect to Mr. Sarbak, perhaps you would benefit from your fresh perspective. You told Abelard that with your coming to power, the established procedures within the dynasty would change. Seneschal, do you think so little of me that you would rob me of a chance to defend my honor? I am curious to see the Master-at-Arms in action. I will preside over the investigation. Of course, Lord Captain. I will arrange for an area befitting your status to be prepared on the officer's deck. Okay. There's a bloodbath joke in there somewhere, but I don't know. Alright, officer's deck. Okay. Maybe that. If the navigator's in the group, she guaranteed gets turn 1 because she's a grand strategist. And then she can give it to Heinrich to get that turn 1 regen on everybody, which is really, really nice. It makes me comfy. I like how we've got like tea and crumpets and stuff. Is it Yo Costa or Joe Costa? Chat, do you think I pronounced her name with a Y or a J? Jocasta Sarback. Sarback barks at the officers gathered before you. His lordship, the rogue trader, has seen fit to honor us with his presence in order to monitor the course of the investigation. An F? Focosta? Continue. You are expected to perform your duties immaculately and report your every step to me. Should any of your actions bring shame to the enforcers, you will answer to me personally. Lord Captain, the 3 officers before you have been tasked with conducting the investigation. The first, Captain Klein, is a veteran with a record of quelled uprisings of mutant abominations in the colonies. Captain Givenry is young, but she has already preempted several mutinies among the ship's rabble. Lastly, there is Captain Hrotko. His interrogation skills deserve credit, and he knows how to instill fear and respect firmly in the minds of the riffraff. You see fear and respect in the enforcer's eyes. After all, not only must they prove themselves to the rogue trader today, but also to a true master of investigation. Oh, this is like I'm Batman. Yeah, okay, so my background that I picked was that I used to be an Arbites, and then I became a rogue trader. So they're like, oh shoot, our boss used to be Batman. We're gonna embarrass ourselves. What are your findings thus far? We have discovered a worker's corpse, mutilated and desiccated. We are still looking into the man's identity and position, but the chirurgeon's report has confirmed that among all the blood that was pumped into your bath chamber, the blood-carrying mutations was indeed his. The workers from the nearby decks have all been checked for genetic aberration, but the mutations identified are all within the norm for laboring masses. They are being rounded up for interrogation as we speak. Do you have any working theories? The mutants are plotting. Klein spits in disgust. Don't spit on my ship. They've been breeding like void rats, so they're getting cocky. Must have wanted to infect your lordship with their plague. Ginevri, it wasn't an attempt on the Lord Captain's life. It was a threat. The rabble are planning a revolt, so they're trying to terrorize us. Soon you will drown in blood. The insurgents pride themselves on such metaphors. Meanwhile, Captain Hrotko is convinced that it was the work of Voitvir's surviving cultists. However, I believe this to be a warning rather than a threat. What we need to establish is who is trying to warn us and of what. Hold on. Let's see. Creative says, hey Muck, loved BG3 and Divinity 2. Never got into Warhammer. I like fantasy more. Do you think Road Trader would still be enjoyable for someone like me? Sorry if it's a bad question. No, totally fine. Creative, totally fine. So, to give you, you are not the first to ask me that. And because of that, I actually have the answer in a short video form. If you've got a few minutes to spare, that right there is my answer to your question. And after you see that, if you've still got any questions, please feel free to come back and ask me. Continue. Interesting hypotheses, but I doubt it is that simple. Mistress Sarback, grant me access to the investigative files. I have my own thoughts on what is going on here. The Master-at-Arms nods coldly. Of course, Master Interrogator. Yeah, she's not happy about that, but she has to defer to him because he's in the Inquisition. Thank you so much. Sure. Even taking into account the neighboring decks only, that constitutes hundreds of people. How do you plan to question them all? Our interrogation techniques are broad and varied. However, nothing loosens the tongue like corporal punishment. Beatings, mutilations, torture, public executions. Oh my god. Sarback almost purrs as she lists ways of making people suffer. When combined with psychological pressure, such methods work wonders. An unfortunate necessity. Let us return to other matters. Indeed, Lord Captain. Most unfortunate, says the Master-at-Arms, a bloodthirsty smirk stealing across her face. What do you propose we investigate first? The body. Once we have ascertained the dead man's identity, we'll be able to locate his associates and narrow down the numbers of suspects. Captain Klein is in charge of examining the corpse. Yes, your lordship. I'm almost done with my report. As soon as it's ready, I will deliver it to you. Let us begin. While we wait for Klein to report back, please enjoy the refreshments that have been prepared for you, Lord Captain. Nom 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 nom. This guy's stomping up and down. Heinrich. Oh, this is the guy in charge of the firemen. A pair of enforcers with battered faces is escorting Infernus Master Heinrich Montag. His lip is busted, his knuckles are grazed and covered with blood, and there is a chewed up low stick between his teeth. It's like a cigarette. Continue. One of the enforcers drones nasally. We apprehended him while he was trying to break through to the detained rabble. Got into a scuffle, we barely managed to restrain the troublemaker. He demanded an audience with you, Mr. Sarbak. The Master-at-Arms nods and the enforcers release their prisoner. Heinrich adjusts his clothes and approaches confidently. What do your enforcers think they're doing, Jocasta? Why are you assaulting my people, denying them water like they're criminals? You've got teenagers and elderly folk here. They're all just ordinary workers. They've done nothing wrong. No, Heinrich, what do you think you're doing? Attacking my people? Chastising me in front of the Lord Captain? Get out before I have you charged. Heinrich looks up at you. Lord Captain, I ask you please to protect your servants from this abuse. Explain yourselves. Looking very... Whoa! Wampa! Down, Bessie. The enforcers are reveling in their impunity, treating the crew like cattle, especially my clan. Many in their custody are dying of thirst or injuries. Dying of thirst? It's been like an hour. My sister and niece are there too. I don't expect them to be exempted from the investigation, but I'm begging you to put an end to these assaults and let my people have some food and water. That is what the procedure demands. Intimidation loosens tongues. Torment erodes the seditionary's will. The rabble are to know only awe and terror. The words of the ship's regulations ring out across the room. The Void take your procedures. These are not seditionaries. They serve the dynasty just like you and I. Awareness 100%. And did any of them confess to anything useful? Nothing important or indeed worthy of your attention. You detect a slight hesitation before the reply. There is something you are not being told. I am interested in any and all statements, even the most outlandish ones. Outlandish ones. One of the Inferni was found to be missing his pass to the room housing the work log cogitator. Losing such a pass is a serious offense, but the scoundrel claims an enforcer took it from him. He could not specify the name and rank of the enforcer, but he did give a description. A man, tall, blonde hair. Obviously he is lying. He either lost it or sold it for a bottle of rotgut. Heinrich makes a note on his data slate. There are more convincing ways of exculpating oneself than making up some mysterious enforcer stealing passes. This incident should not be forgotten. It might be connected to the case. Have patience, Heinrich. As soon as the culprit is found, your people will be released. Heinrich raises his chin proudly. In that case, I request permission to join my family. So be it. Let him join his family. Thank you, Lord Captain. I hope you find the culprit before another 100 workers are forced to suffer the same undue punishment. I'm wondering how much time is passing between these. Enforcer Klein. Captain Klein snaps to attention. Identifying the victim has proven impossible. His face has been smashed in and body badly maimed. There's too many wounds to determine the exact cause of death, but presumably he died after the killer slit his throat. That's how they drained his blood. No external signs of mutation were found. In other words, we have nothing. Klein, this isn't a report, it's a declaration of our incompetence before the Lord Captain. You will keep digging around inside that corpse until you have produced some results. Awareness 100%. Study the enforcers' faces. Ginevri looks at Klein with sympathy. She clearly cares about him, but does not wish to trample on her comrade's honor with words of comfort. Hrotko regards Klein with a contemptuous smirk, while Klein scowls back at him. No external signs of mutation, you say? What about internal signs? Performing an autopsy was inadvisable due to the danger of contaminating the area with genetic aberration. You see a flash of genuine horror in Klein's eyes before his gaze turns glassy. Huh? You've seen that look in the eyes of other veterans. It's the expression of someone reliving painful memories that have left behind deep scars. They cannot hope to overcome such trauma on their own. They would need help or a partner or perhaps some strong emotional stimulus. Wait, what? Okay, hold on. Coercion? So, okay, coercion, you insult the guy. And the other one is give him a... Okay, the other one says work in pairs, which is like a nice thing. This one, the coercion, usually when you like succeed at a role, you get bonus XP. So it often rewards you for doing these roles. However, this is really mean. Turn away from Klein. It would seem I had an exaggerated opinion of this veteran's courage. He should get some rest. Let Hrotko take over his duties. Coercion test succeeded. Indeed, Klein, why don't you go take a break? Maybe it's time you considered asking for a transfer to a less demanding post. Your best years are behind you. You should make way for the younger generation. Klein's face turns a deep red. Shut your damn mouth, Hrotko. The things I've seen, the filth I've crushed. You want me to gut another one? You want to see its mutant blood on my hands? I'll show you blood. Well played, Lord Captain. It has been some time since I last saw this kind of fire in the old man's eyes. He's like, oh, I'm gonna cut him up. Klein is up to his elbows in blood. Dude, you could have washed your hands before you came back. Oh my god, you're gonna ruin my carpet. He is up to his elbows in blood, his eyes flaring defiantly. I've examined the filth inside and out. His innards are a genetic nightmare. It's a bag of corruption wrapped in human skin. Extra organs, scales, atrophied ingrown limbs. But that... atrophied ingrown limbs. He had, like, atrophied arms in his gut? But that's not what's important. The body was disfigured posthumously. They killed the mutant with surgical precision before opening his throat and draining the blood. It wasn't until after the actual murder that they crushed his head and tried to cover up his wounds. The wounds were so brutal, I almost missed his work tattoo. The victim was a pipe warden, and I found this in his throat. He presents a blood-stained raven feather. Lore Imperium test succeeded. A certain legend springs to your mind, one involving Saint Quirine, who was granted a portent of enemies hiding among the faithful. When Quirine prayed to the Emperor for a sign that might reveal the traitors, a raven's feather burst out of her mouth to inscribe the names of the conspirators. Only someone versed in the symbology of the Imperium could have left such a message. Remember Saint Quirine. Could this be a sign? Vile mutants do not make allusions to saints. This was someone versed in the creed. What tattoo? What do pipe wardens have to do with anything? The pipe wardens are a worker clan that services the ship's sewer systems. The tattoo indicates the worker's status and personnel number. This one was SP-24601, Senior Pipe Warden. For what purpose was the corpse mutilated? Someone wanted to hide the cause of death. What I fail to understand is why they would then leave the body out in the open instead of disposing it. Klein, I wish to gift you a glass of Amasec for your good work. You look like you need it. Klein accepts the glass and downs it instantly. Evidently, he is in no state to savor the bouquet and taste of the fine drink you've offered him. It is imperative we find whoever mutilated the body. I concur. Would you like to give us specific instructions, Lord Captain? One cannot disfigure a body like that and stay clean. Look for any blood-stained garments, rags, the like. She nods firmly. If the perpetrator was in a hurry to cover their tracks, they may not have had time to dispose of soiled clothing. I thank your lordship for wise counsel. What is the next step? We should run the victim's identification number through the master worklog cogitator. If the machine spirit favors us, we will be able to narrow down the number of suspects. Genevri, this is your arena. Going a little overtime here. All right, so we're going until it lets us stop and save. This scene is longer than I anticipated, but I am liking it. Genevri approaches you, followed by a dignified woman in crimson robes. Allow me to introduce the esteemed tech priest Androveda Phi. She believes she has the right to obstruct the investigation and refuse to grant the enforcers access to the master cogitator. Tech priests usually have a reason. What is her reason? The tech priest lets out an indignant Beneric trill. I request that the laywoman's willful activities be halted. She intends to torment the machine spirit of the master worklog cogitator Iota IIIB. The venerable spirit is ill and in no disposition to endure such abuse. What is the problem with the machine spirit? The spirit is old and quick to anger. It therefore calls for a sensitive approach, not a torturous intrusion by a brutish laywoman. Since the start of this watch, the spirit has been unwell, so we've been trying to soothe its woes by applying sacred unguents and sensing the great machine's boards. The dogma of data recuperative quarantine prohibits any disturbances to blessed machines found to be in such a state. What exactly does this data recuperative dogma prescribe? Let no profane hand touch the sacred machine stricken. Let the mechanism be shielded from all worldly troubles by a veil of righteous litany, and let its shrine be thrisely honored till the malady is no more. Judging by Ginevra's expression, she would rather have her profane hands touch Andromeda Phi's neck. What? Dude, look at this line. The solution is quite simple. We cut off your hands and use them to commune with the machine spirit. Oh my god. You know what? Okay, well, I would say, again, I lean toward these because they give bonus experience. This one is also solid because we brought Pascal. Let's do this. Lay people may be prohibited from communing with the machine spirit, but you are not, esteemed tech priest. Ginevra will simply stand at your side and observe. Andromeda Phi shoots Ginevra a sidelong glance. Very well. I shall disturb the spirit, but I demand the laywoman shall respect and do as she is told. Raising her hands high, Andromeda Phi wails, Omniscient preserve us! The Great Spirit was infected by a layperson. That is the culprit you should be searching for, not some pipe warden. Sacrilege! Registering a Category 3 act of sacrilege, resulting in a Category Epsilon Quadro transgressive scenario, requesting the inclusion of the offender in the registry of wanted entities for the purpose of expiative disposal. He's like, can we find this guy and throw him out an airlock? We've discovered that the cogitator's malfunctions began after an unauthorized attempt to access it was made. Someone deliberately angered the machine spirit in order to bury the work logs. Thankfully, the esteemed tech priest was able to appease this spirit and extract the information we needed. The victim's name was Orto. On the day he died, he was servicing valve 27B, which supplies water to the rogue trader's bedchamber. He also had a partner who has yet to appear for duty since the incident occurred. We have a suspect. One of the Inferni said he had his pass to the maintenance room taken away by an enforcer. Our villain. But how did they get past Ginevra's guards unnoticed? Sarback stares intently at Ginevra as she grows pale. We should find out if the shift change took place without incident. If the culprit truly is an enforcer, or is pretending to be one, he could have orchestrated a gap between the guard shifts. Did the murderer get to the cogitator too? Impossible. Since the start of the watch, this area has been used as the center of operations. No rabble could have slipped by unnoticed. Moreover, a common pipe warden wouldn't know how to commune with the machine spirit. The murderer had help. Who is the partner? That video was honestly super helpful. Nice! I'm glad you found it helpful. If you have any more questions that it didn't answer, you feel free to hit me up. Senior Pipe Warden Guidon, number SP26855. An 8th generation Pipe Warden, no registered infractions, excellent discipline, perfect work record. An exemplary servant of the Imperium. Master at Arms, how do you propose we find our new suspect? Before Sarback can respond, Hrotko cuts in. Your lordship, there was a man named Guidon among the rabble waiting to be interrogated. He immediately struck me as suspicious. Please allow me to question the man in your presence. Sarback narrows her eyes, but all she says is, bring him in. Now. End dialogue. Guidon? Senior Pipe Warden Guidon. Before you stands a gaunt man in work clothes. His face is swollen from bruises, and several of his fingers are broken and sticking out at odd angles. He stares vacantly into the distance with watery eyes. Start talking, you miserable wretch. You tried to kill the Lord Captain, didn't you? Hrotko grabs the worker by the lapels. Guidon's coat flies open, revealing crude occult symbols painted all over his body. What is this? Heretical brands? Cultist scum? Guidon yells, baring what remains of his teeth. Yes, it was me. I tried to put a curse on the Lord Captain. I killed my partner in a wicked ritual, rubbed elbows with them demons, consorted with them, all to carry out a dark plot and doom the Lord Captain for the glory of my almighty master. He burst into a fit of hysterical theatrical cackling. This seems too easy. Did the guards, like, beat this man and force him to say this? Like, painted on tattoos? Not, like, carved in or anything, but painted on? They could have done that in 5 minutes. We have ourselves a model cultist here. There is a ritual, a curse, and a plot. He even consorted with them daemons. How kind of him to confess to all of that immediately. His words, he's trying to paint them over with fake garish hues, but his abject terror carries with it too much black and gray. What does he hope to accomplish with this? He has admitted to everything, the vermin. I have insisted time and again that the assassination attempt was carried out by one of Voigtvir's surviving henchmen, and I was right. I guess we weren't so thorough in clearing them out as we thought. Hrotko casts a sharp look at Sarbak. Assess the Enforcer's reaction to the confession. Hrotko looks proud and self-important. Ginevri is biting her nail as if hesitant to say anything. Sarbak is observing the worker in silence, apparently sunk deep in thought. Meanwhile, Klein merely stands still with a distrustful grimace on his face. Other than Hrotko, no one here seems to believe that you are looking at the real culprit. I'm trying to figure out how these first two can be helpful in any way. I guess this is like trying to get a reaction out of Klein? It's, okay, It seems Klein was too quick to blame the mutants. We're dealing with daemon worshippers here. Coercion test succeeded, Klein smirks. The dead mutant looked more like a daemon worshipper to me, the way his guts were all twisted. But as for this one here, there's no touch of warp on this body, that's for sure. The worst he'll be able to show us is an ingrown nail. Expertly done, Ginevri. You have much to learn from Hrotko. Wouldn't you agree, Jocasta? Sarbak glances at Ginevri with curiosity. Ginevri, do you concur with the Lord Captain? Have you anything to say about this expert display? There's one thing bothering me. Ginevri points at the symbols on the worker's body. Guidon, what are those marks all over you? Those are my cultist marks, so I can put curses on people and talk to daemons. This voice just feels right. He pokes a finger at an uneven semicircle with 9 arrows coming out of it. This one is called the Ham of Terror. It represents the 9 archdemons. I always pray to each one first thing in the morning. Ginevri, there's no such symbol. It's supposed to be a circle with 8 arrows, and there's no way it's called the Ham of Terror. That is some kind of travesty. Your lordship, this man is talking nonsense. Ginevri, where did you get your knowledge of heretical signs? I often have to deal with insidious rabble. The idleness and avarice of the scum on the lower decks breeds heresy, especially during warp travel, and people start carving signs on themselves and praying to all sorts of things. The circle with 8 arrows is more common than any other symbol, but I've never seen this variation before. Does the Master at Arms not find it strange that this suspect is so eager to paint himself as a heretic, and in such a preposterous fashion, no less? I agree, Lord Captain. Sarbak growls at the worker. I want the truth. Who are you, and who told you to give us this pathetic confession? The man blanches and starts bawling. I bet his family is like a hostage or something. The man blanches and starts bawling. He gives up on his sinister theatrics and babbles in the voice of a common worker. Forgive me, your lordship. I'm not Guidon, and I'm not a heretic. Yart's my name. I'm a laundryman. Please have mercy. They took my family. That enforcer said she'd throw them out an airlock if I don't confess. She made me draw these unholy marks on myself. What enforcer? Name! Give me her name! Ginevri. Her name was Ginevri. Wait, what? What? I swear I am not... Ginevri. The steely edge in Sarbak's voice causes everyone present to freeze, but you also hear a note of bewilderment. We will deal with her later. I will handle the search for Guidon myself, Lord Captain. Would you have us execute this daemon worshipper? Hold on. He has lied to us more than once, and maybe he is lying to us still. Ginevri, do you have anything to say? I have never threatened his family, and I certainly did not force him to lie and draw heretical signs. I barely even remember his face. I may have interrogated him beforehand, but it was someone else who put him up to this. And yet he knows your name and pointed you out right away. Did you not find that funny? And do you not find it funny that your head is always up your ass, Rocco? It's obvious that someone framed her. Cease this bickering! Sarbak's snarl forces the officers to back down. Lord Captain, what we have here is a liar, and a well-coached one at that. He will never confess on his own. What do you suggest we do? First one goes wild. No, I don't want to do that. I refuse to believe that there is not a single person who saw them being manhandled. Find those witnesses. That makes sense. You cannot beat a man half to death without everyone in the compartment getting wind of such a scene. We will look into it. What do you want us to do with him when we are done? Oh my god, no. No, he didn't do anything! Dude, okay, look, I know I said this is a dogmatic run, but this is truly lawful stupid. Hang him? We just found out he's innocent and he's like a freaking, they've got hostages. His family's hostage. Burn him and his family. Jesus Christ. He needs a slight punishment because otherwise people think they're going to get away with everything. Cut his rations for a month, have him scrub the lower decks after shifts. It will be done. There's no cause for alarm, Lord Captain. This conspirator may have been a fake, but now it is only a matter of time before we find the real culprit. We have the pipe warden's names and identification numbers, and we know which clan they're from. We will keep pressing the riffraff until either the culprit confesses or someone turns them in. I will handle this. The Master at Arms pointedly grips the maul on her belt. Please enjoy your meal in the interim, Lord Captain. The scoundrel will appear before us soon enough. Dude, this scene is so long. Can I save during this? I can't. Lord Captain, the real pipe warden Guidon has been found and is being escorted here as we speak. Are there any remaining questions you wish to address before we hear from Guidon himself? You can start by reporting on the results of the additional investigative efforts. Absolutely, Lord Captain. Your insightful suggestion helped the enforcers to locate the evidence. In fact, we found a bloody synth coat in one of the vents, a standard issue included in every enforcer outfit on the ship. We found witnesses to the battery of our false conspirator. According to them, an enforcer in a helmet came to the detained Yart, spoke to him, and then gave him a beating so thorough that a ring came off their finger. Alas, said ring could not be recovered. This concludes my report. Someone attempted to mislead our investigation. We cannot let this go without consequences. Undoubtedly. Let us go over the facts we have on this sabotage and compile them. The body of the deceased was mutilated after death. It is likely that the nature of the injuries would have proven very useful in the investigation and that the perpetrator concealed them for that very reason. Someone sabotaged the work log cogitator, so it would be harder for us to find the victim's partner, who might have information valuable to the investigation. Instead of the murdered man's partner, we were given a fool, one who thoroughly incriminated himself first before admitting that Captain Ginevri had put him up to it. Sarbak glowers at Ginevri and she pales with fear. Suspect Yart claims that you coerced him into lying about himself, Ginevri. What do you have to say for yourself? I may have conducted his preliminary interrogation like so many others. Hrotko suggested my assistance because of my experience in dealing with the rabble, but I swear there's no truth to these accusations against me. I have never threatened his family, and I certainly did not force him to lie and draw heretical signs. I barely even remember his face. I may have interrogated him beforehand, but it was someone else who put him up to this. The transcript says you conducted Yart's interrogation alone. Why is that? Because I can handle a single laundryman. Ginevri raises her chin proudly. Witnesses saw Yart being knocked around by an enforcer wearing a ring. Let me see your hands. The enforcers take off their gloves. Not one of them is wearing a ring. However, you do find a small mark on Hrotko's little finger as if he had been wearing some sort of band on it for a long time. Are you no longer wearing your family ring, Hrotko? Klein gives him a bloodthirsty scowl. Not on duty, and certainly not in compartments full of detained rabble. His voice is icily calm. Behind the armor of affected indifference, his thoughts ooze grimy hues, like blood mixed with umber. It looks vile. Who was guarding the body? It was Ginevri. Klein reluctantly nods at his fellow officer. I relieve her when I came to inspect the corpse, which by then had already been cut up. Ginevri nervously adjusts her armor under Sarbak's piercing gaze. The corpse was already looking like that when it came under my purview, but I could not get the name of the officer who discovered it. The deck was such a mess that I decided I would deal with it later. A bloody synth coat was discovered not far from the corpse. I would ask the officers in this room to present their coats. A rustle of synthetic fabric fills the room. All the officers show their coats except Hrotko. He shrugs complacently under the gaze of his comrades. I do not wear it. An enforcer must be able to withstand the cold, and the serfs treat synth coats as a sign of weakness. Okay, so Hrotko is missing a ring on his finger and is missing his coat. Who had access to the work log cogitator? The tech priest did not let anyone near the cogitator. They even tried to prevent the enforcers' investigation. Ginevri, were you there the entire time? Yes, ma'am. Since the start of the watch, I went there right after I handed the body over to Klein. The only time I stepped away was to retrieve the data slate from my quarters. I left a watchman, but he went missing. Most likely, one of the officers did not realize he was on duty and sent him off on some errand, but I was only gone for a few minutes. Very convenient. A missing sentry, a data slate misplaced against regulations. Hrotko drums his fingers on a holster on his belt where his own data slate sits tightly nestled. I don't understand how I could have forgotten it. I always check my gear when I go on duty. One of the Inferni complained that an enforcer had taken away his pass to the room with the Master Cogitator, and it was a man. Then it wasn't her, just one of her accomplices. Will you give us a name, Ginevri? Shut your mouth, Hrotko. Nothing's been proven yet. Klein goes red in the face and brushes Ginevri aside with his shoulder. So, okay, so either Hrotko did it, or she took his coat and ring to frame him. If the two of them are the suspects. Lloyd says, hey Muck, have you heard of K-pop Demon Hunters? I've seen some memes from it, yeah, I know of it. I haven't seen it. Kill Ginevri. Hrotko, this is all you're doing, is it not? Sarback draws her auto pistol and points it at Hrotko, who appears entirely unperturbed. I will give you one chance to retain your last shred of honor and confess. You sabotage the investigation. Why? Is it not obvious? Hrotko smugly arches an eyebrow. To expose the conspiracy myself and to prove your incompetence to his lordship. I take the place I actually deserve. For years I toiled for the good of the dynasty, but when the former Master-at-Arms was killed, I was refused my promotion. Instead they give the possession to you, a self-serving Sarback nit. I guess a noble name means more than talent. When this crime occurred, I realized it was my chance to show what I was worth. While you were busy dallying, I quickly learned the name of the suspect, diverted the course of the investigation, an easy enough task, and began looking for the real Guidon. Had I found him in time, your position would already have been mine, Yocasta. Simply listen to yourself and you'll understand why they made me Master-at-Arms. Lord Captain, I request permission to dispose of this refuse personally. Hrotko, you were really hoping you could deceive the Master-at-Arms and me. Your dismissive tone makes Hrotko flinch with indignation. I had every chance, but you were shrewder than I expected. My little trick with the body did work. You still don't know who was behind it all, but I have already figured it out. I hid Guidon from you by damaging the cogitator and delivering you a fake, an idiot willing to incriminate himself out of fear. I even prepared a contingency plan in case he cracks by making sure you would blame someone else. Yes, there was a couple of slip-ups, but you must admit it was a solid attempt overall. Why were you trying to frame Ginevri? A backup plan. You always need someone to blame if you make a mistake. His voice sounds calm and even casual. I could have framed Klein, but that young upstart was already galloping through the ranks too fast and was clearly aiming for my station. Besides, she and her thick-witted subordinates were always right where I wanted them to be. What does that little arrow mean? You do not seem to fear punishment. With all due respect, your lordship, I am an enforcer. I have looked death in the eye, and I will accept your judgment with dignity. There is no bravado in his words, just dry statement of fact. I mean, yeah, he's like, yeah, I made all these plans, but they all failed. Dogmatic. Hrotko, for your crimes of sabotage, slander, and heresy, I hereby condemn you to death. Master-at-Arms, carry out the sentence. Wait, she got her stick? Bonk. Bonk. Yo, how many hit? You are not good with that hammer. It took you 4 swings. Also, it said that she was pointing a blaster at the guy. I thought she was gonna shoot him. Oh my god. Wait, I forgot what we named our ship. Bodie McBoatface has gained Triumph of Justice. Oh my god. Hrodko tries to speak, but his words are cut off by a devastating blow to the jaw. He collapses to the ground, but Sarbak raises the maul again and delivers another blow, this time straight to his ribs. She stretches out the pleasure, slowly crushing his bones and savoring every scream. When she's done, she finally allows the bloody mess that was once Hrodko to die where it lies. This is why the carpet's red, chat. Bodie McBoatface now has Triumph of Justice. Your shield, strength, and evasion are increased by 5%. The gruesome execution of Captain Hrodko has increased the diligence of both enforcers and those that they've been entrusted to supervise. The crews of the engines and shields modules now work their hardest for fear of punishment. +3 dogmatic. That takes care of the traitor. Now let us proceed with interrogating the pipe warden. Oh my god, can I save my game? Senior Pipe Warden Guida. Dude, there's a dead body here, and we just brought this guy in. The Pipe Warden does his best to remain reverentially bowed, which paints a rather comical picture given his formidable height and complexion. He lowers his head, tugging at his beard. Senior Pipe Warden Guidon, honored to serve, Lord Captain. I'm ready to confess to everything. Why did you fill my bath with blood? I did as the servant of death commanded. She said the Emperor gave the first spinner a sign, that your lordship should be bathed in the blood of poor Arto, my partner. And I, well, he gulps. I was scared, so I obeyed. The first spinner? Are you talking about the Vizier of the Bloodspun Web? Yes, that's him. He leads the Death Cultists, the lot who worship the Emperor by killing. His spinners hunt down heretics, but sometimes they take righteous lives too. Their service is mysterious, fervent, and bloody. Kibella, if the Vizier ordered it, then there must have been a reason. The Undying One must have revealed something to him that we are ignorant of. Did you kill your mutant partner? I didn't kill him, and I didn't know he was a mutant. Ordo and I always got along, even if he wasn't much for talking. But then, a servant of death came from the darkness, ended him quickly but harshly. She bled him dry and put a black feather in his throat. She told me to pump blood into the pipes, and then she left. I wanted to confess, but I was afraid she'd come for me if I did. And you are the real Pipe Warden, Guidon? I am, and proud of it, Lord Captain. A Pipe Warden's craft is hard work, but necessary. My number is SP-26855. My work partner was the late Orto, SP-24601. I oversee the water supply systems on the upper decks, sectors A3, K8, and R2. That includes Valve 27B. There can be no mistake. I verified his identity myself. It has also been confirmed by the other workers. Whom do you mean by this servant of death? Time? Yeah, we're going into overtime today, chat. I still need to do the Guild Wars 2 news. A holy slayer in black and crimson and bone. Feared by all they are, quiet and merciless as death itself. They come from the shadows to kill because the Emperor commands them so. You have already met the servants of the Bloodspun Web, Lord Captain. Their grim procession is not one of the upper decks will soon forget. Summon the Vizier of the Bloodspun Web. I wish to hear his explanation. As you will. Your Lordship, if I may ask, what happens to me now? I never meant to anger you. I thought I was doing as the Emperor willed it. But here we are. I'm a simple man. I know pipes. I know them a lot better than all this people business. My eyes aren't what they used to be, but I can still smell rust and metal, though not so much in people's thoughts. You were deceived into becoming an accomplice. I will not punish you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, your lordship. I'll serve you faithfully, and I'll never forget your mercy. He's lucky none of those said dogmatic. The Vizier of the Bloodspun Web treads lightly and silently as if his old gaunt body has no weight at all. He whispers weakly, Damen Mukluk willed to see me, and I have come. Master-at-Arms, inform this man of the accusations against the cult. Investigation has established that the Bloodspun Web orchestrated an attack on his lordship by means of pouring unholy blood into his bath. This affront... The old man's murmur drowns out Sarbak's relentless voice. Damen Mukluk knows the truth, so it was done, and so I did will. It was no affront, but a prophecy. For my hands to divine, unsullied martyrs offered their soul and bodies into his imperishable embrace. I gazed into the red rivers of their smoldering lives, and I did see a roiling unclean staining the bays, reaching for the anointed Lord of the Ark. In my apprentice's last sighs, I heard the Undying One's whisper. He bid me, bathe the Daemon in the blood of he who must go, and they who have been righteous, for this will shield the Daemon and strengthen his body against the roiling unclean. I obeyed. What do you mean by the roiling unclean? He did not reveal, but it is corruption itself. It offends him. It tastes as sweet as fetid waters and old pipes. Its promises are the deception of an enforcer's smile. Its face is elusive. The man you killed, who was he? I know not. I heard only the name and I knew he must go. He listens to the empty space above his shoulder and nods. Yes, we need no more knowledge than that. Do you claim you did it because the God Emperor willed so? I speak, move, and draw breath because he wills so. I defy not the Undying One, neither in death that gifts and takes, nor in my living existence. Could your vision have been false? The Vizier's lips curl into a smile. I held the cards of his tarot, washed in the blood of the righteous. They make no mistakes, and neither does he send false visions. Only mortals err, they who read the signs, they who interpret. Master-at-Arms, are you convinced we have found the culprits? The situation is clear, your lordship. Sarbak makes the sign of the Aquila. The Emperor has sent us a portent. The protector of mankind guides the hands of his holy servants to guard us and warn us of hidden threats. Heinrichs, Mukluk, regardless of how regularly you kneel before an altar, I advise you to take this warning seriously. If I am correct in my suspicions about what is transpiring here, and I pray to the throne I'm not, then you can indeed consider this incident a sign the Emperor is watching over you and this ship. Why so cryptic, Heinrichs? If you have any theories about what is occurring here, share them. My theories are classified information of the Inquisition that I cannot divulge without good reason. If evidence comes to light that confirms my fears, I will disclose everything necessary. If, however, my concern is baseless, I would not wish to share knowledge dangerous to you without cause. Could it be coincidence that the victim of the ritual was genetic aberration? The officers around you keep a respectful silence, but you could tell by their faint smiles that they find the very idea of doubting the Emperor's providence absurd. Alright, so I think if we're in character here, the blood-spun web is like, it's like too powerful, right? Like, yeah, I could punish them, but I feel like that's going to cause a lot of problems. That'd be like if the president of the United States was like, yeah, we're banning Catholics. And it's just like, yeah, it's like, okay, well, even if you could pass that law, I think you're gonna have riots on your hands, you know? So, I think for now, we let this slide until we find more information. The cult of the blood-spun web will face no persecution for their deed. The Vizier freezes, listening to silence, then nods to nothing. Yes, yes, I will tell him. He turns his sewn-shut eyes to you once more. We are seeds in your hands, giver of life. Whether you keep us or scatter us, we will remain grateful. Be that as it may, we've hit a dead end. We hope that exposing the culprits would lead to the aberration's lair. Let the blood-spun web find the mutants breeding on my ship. But no spinner or brave warrior from the Damon's circle can find the roots of the unclean, for it can appear as human and act as human. Only its thoughts betray its vile nature. Only its thoughts are never human. Wise. Anxious silence falls the moment Sarbak says this one word. She narrows her eyes. Is it unclean thoughts we need to find? Very well. Let Wise find them. He knows how, no matter how badly he wishes that the rest of us forgot about it. Veni Zachary is a fearsome hunter. When he hunts, the flagship wails. When he thinks, my teeth crack, and I can feel pain as if I am young again. But his power is great indeed. He can hunt down our prey. What? How can the choir master of the Astropaths be of use to us? Is he some, like, retired psyker? The esteemed Zachary Wise can perform the ritual of thought reading. This practice lets him do a cursory examination of the minds of thousands of people in search of certain individuals. A ritual as rare as it is dangerous, and only someone as versed as Master Wise can accomplish such a feat. Has Wise done something like this before? Once, Lady Theodora made use of his services to expose spies on board who apparently had been in the employ of Lord Inquisitor Calcazar. Heinrichs clears his throat. Okay, Calcazar is Heinrichs' boss. As far as I know, the Inquisition's involvement in the matter was never proven. Spreading dubious rumors is a precarious habit that you would do well to abstain from. Oh my god. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems that not everyone here is eager to leave this matter to Master Wise. I would say the one least eager will be Master Wise himself. Last time his efforts caused some severe warp manifestations. The ritual truly is perilous. That is all. Master at Arms, your duty is done. I give you leave to wrap up the investigation on the officer's deck. My duty will be done when the threat is eliminated. I will brief the enforcers when you consult Choirmaster Wise, Lord Captain. So there was an option to let Adira do it. I don't know why I would do that. Adira constantly loses control of her powers, and Wise apparently knows how to do this thing. So, yeah, we'll get Wise to do it. But I need to save the game. Dude, we were in there for like 40 minutes. That was a really cool scene, though. I like that. All right. Quick save. And we've got some Guild Wars 2 gaming news to go over, so I'm going to swap categories here, and we will pick it up with more Rogue Trader tomorrow. Whew. Okay. All right. Hang on just a second here. Let me change category. Guild Wars 2. Discussing the new teasers. The new teaser. All right. Boom. There we go. All right, chat. So, we have got a task before us that I need your help with. And the task is quite simple. What the hell is that? Okay. Let's see. Flames. Resembles a rabbit or fox face in the flames? Question mark? Firefox internet browser? Collab? Question mark? Kitsune? Flame Mask? Mozilla Firefox? Foxfire Shrine Guardian. Foxfire Shrine Guardian. Assuming this is supposed to represent a Venetian mask. Hold on. Venetian... Wait, hold on. Let's see. Venetian rabbit mask? Let's see. Hang on. Venetian rabbit mask. Okay. Hang on. That does look freaking similar. Alright. Mesmer, question mark? If anyone's gonna wear this, it's a Mesmer. Now, I mean, yeah, similarities. Not the same, similarities. Alright, hold on. Let me refresh this page. Let me look at what other comments people have left. Spirit Fox Vibes. If I'm a betting man, which I'm not because I'm chronically wrong, I'd say this goes to Ranger. Commander, we're surrounded. We need your assistance. Commander, aggressively dancing to What Does the Fox Say? Ding, 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 ding. Spirit Fox Vibes. Is that a rabbit? Some sort of fox? The weight. Another skin for Kiriko in Overwatch. Oh my god. Beastmaster. Maybe two pets same time. Kitsune. It's a tooth. He just turned it upside down. Ranger. Ranger Summoner. Giving Elementalist at first glance. New furry elite spec. That anime with the fox lady. Another Revenant spec. Kitsune, but the shape is made out of flame. Maybe Ellie. Bunny Mask. Rabbit Ranger. Auri spec. Spiritualist. Let's see. It's the Revenant Nine-Tailed Fox elite spec, of course. Check the Reddit, there's a few good ones. Let's see. Guild Wars 2 subreddit. I should really have this bookmarked. Okay, here we go. Alright, found it. Alright, what do they got? Mozilla Firefox. I already said that. Elementalist, Tab Walker, Adept at Browsing. I don't care. Firefox. My favorite response. I know it's an animal, so people are going to think Ranger with the flaming effect on the ears of the fox seems Ellie to me. Ellie with summons. That's actually decent. Rabbit made out of fire. Elementalist summon build. Let's see. Furrymancer. Well, I mean, if it's made out of fire... hold on. Guardian summon? I mean, if it's made out of fire, it could easily be Guardian, too. He ignored my theory? Which one was your theory? Hold on. Wait, what? What did you say? Assuming this is supposed to represent a Venetian mask, no idea what profession could get these ideas. Here's what I've come up with. Masquerade elite spec. Mask Maker essentially creates different masks to fit a combat situation, almost like legendary stances of the Revenant, but maybe with a crafting or collection mechanic instead. Masquerade elite spec, which is basically like a ballroom dancer. It incorporates magic that's weaved via intricate waltz type movements. Dude, every game I've played that had a dancer as a class, I hated the dancer. I hope it's not that. It could be. I'll write down dancer build. Dancer class. Like some of the, what was it, Octopath Traveler? I think some Final Fantasies have had a dancer. Mike, remember how they said we're getting some old special classes before Eye of the North came out? We were getting another Guild Wars 1 game called Guild Wars Utopia. One of the classes was Summoner. Interesting. Interesting. I do not remember them saying we're getting old classes, no. One of the classes initially planned for Guild Wars Utopia was a Summoner alongside Chronomancer. Guild Wars Utopia. I have never heard of Guild Wars Utopia before, like, the last couple days. Let's see. Hold on a sec. This was a canceled 4th standalone Guild Wars campaign following Nightfall. Dude, I don't know anything about this. Let's see. It was a very early prototyping. Please take this with a grain of salt. None of the content for Utopia ever reached a truly playable state. This is very much speculation on early designs. There was an iteration of Summoner that would have been about quickly cycling through summoned creatures, compared to Necromancers who try to keep the minion flock going. Summoners would be using up or combining their summons to bring out stronger alternate versions to suit a situation. There was a gimmick for Chronomancer that made it to prototype where they would have very long cast time spells, but instant casts that affected a spell while it was casting. So you might start warming up a 4-second spell, but then use a second skill before it activated to modify its effect. Unfortunately, I don't know much about the class lore or any other classes that were considered. Both classes tied into some of the themes for Utopia, time being lost in the mist, and I'm not familiar enough with the design to elaborate there. And then there's this thing. This was Chronomancer concept art. Bro, Mesmers, you could have looked like this? Oh, man, you're missing out. Dude. Oh, my freaking God. What? I have never heard of this Utopia thing before, like, a day ago, and this is the first time I've gone to the wiki page. This is crazy. This is really cool. All right. All right, I'm going to copy that down. That's worth saying, yeah. Okay, what else we got? It's a Ranger. Seeing the content looks like it's themed, so now I was thinking Ellie. Ellie Summoner, as predicted. Ellie always has the fire theme in the icons. Please be true, I want a proper minion class. May not be Summoner because Ellie already has them. Maybe they want to enhance Summoner gameplay. It's a possibility of what they said recently. Necrominions, Ranger pets, and Jade mechs come back after dismounting. Don't Ellies already have pets, although they have a timer? Ellie summoning bunnies. Ranger, maybe? That's what I was thinking. Untamed and Sylvies have animal motifs in the icons. Possible to continue the trend. Really good at having us guess. Ellie, Revenant, or Ranger. Ellie because of fire motif. Ranger because it looks like an animal. What if... Okay, what if they... there's a lot of people that were saying Ranger should get a class that has a second pet. What if the Ranger still has their main pet, and it's like a solid, biological being, but then they get a second pet that's kind of like a spirit? I wonder if it could be like that, like an after image of an animal. Spiritual creature? Question mark. I'm gonna write it down. I don't strongly believe in that, but I'm gonna write it down. Ellie summoning the bunny from the fractal. Oh, the Monty Python reference? Yeah. Ranger with a literal spirit animal? Yeah, exactly. Wow, BM hunters? Yeah. What if Rangers as a spec, or they replace their pets entirely with spirits, so they lose the traditional pet spirit? Also possible, yeah. Ranger shapeshifter. Ranger spec that allows them to transform into an animal. Maybe not a summon at all, but a literal mask that someone summons and puts on and changes their mechanics. You know what I'm thinking of? Anyone who's seen the anime Bleach, when he would go like this and he would like summon the hollow mask and then he would like completely change his loadout. Thinking of those guys. Like, what if you have, what if it's not a summon? What if it's an actual mask? And like elementalists just do like that, and then the flaming rabbit thing's there, and then they behave differently afterward. Or they just burn their face. I don't know. Loadout? Yeah. Arankar? Well, there's a bunch. Ichigo is the main one I was thinking of. Number 1 starts playing. Yeah. See, load out the loop here. What about new elites? No weapons from them. Cool, it's fine with me. See, cons. Fox McCloud, no. Definitely Ranger or Ellie. Maybe some kind of shaman spec. Definitely of the mind it's a pet class. 7th rev spec is legendary fox stance. Remember, instead, each one's unique professional mechanics, new utility trait line, and elite skills won't be mesmer. Rev's eating good this X-Pack. Please, Bunny, LA, Shrine Guardian, Japanese Shrine Maiden. What is the... Hold on a sec. Is it Guild Wars 2 Shrine Guardians? Shrine Guardian. Hang on. Shrine Guardian locations for Skywatch Archipelago. Okay. Where is the OK page for this? Shrine Guardian Infants. This is what I'm thinking of. I don't see any pictures of this. All right, so there's that one quest in... There's a couple of quests in Guild Wars 2 where you find Shrine Guardian Infants, which are like little flaming fox things. And there's also like these. You know, that's like a mount skin that's in the game. That's already there. Going further into the ranger thing, Druid was traditional ranger with pet. Soul Beast was you were the pet. Untamed was pet was the focus more than you. But this could be a spec where you lose your pet and it's replaced with pet masks. I don't know, maybe. The nose on the icon makes me think rabbit still, sadly, as much as I love to think of being a fox. Yeah, it might be. It might be. Oops, all Revenant. Hollow Knight vibes, Bunny Thumper. We already have Bunny Thumper. Volpera. That's the fox people from World of Warcraft. Looks foxy to me. Ranger maybe. Carbuncle. Oh god, the freaking Carbuncle. Carbon Pumpernickel. Okay. Alright, I think we got enough to spitball some ideas here. Alright, did you talk about Demon Slayer Fox Mask? I did not talk about that, no. Okay, here it goes. Alright, hello Guild Wars 2 gamers, Mukluk here. Today is Thursday, July 10th, and we've got your new Guild Wars 2 teaser of the 7th new Revenant Elite specialization being added in the upcoming Guild Wars 2 expansion. For anyone who's been out of the loop, there's another Guild Wars 2 expansion coming out in October. They're announcing it this coming Tuesday, and over the last week or so, they have been teasing little images of new Elite specialization icons on social media. Today's is that. Mozilla Firefox. Today's is this thing. So the big question of the day is, what the hell is that? And we are going to be diving into that. So I have a list here of every idea I've had. Things that I thought were decent ideas from our chat, because we're live right now, and things that I thought were decent ideas from the subreddit, and I've just compiled them all, and I'm going to share them with you, and then you're going to tell me how I'm wrong. So, without further ado, 1, this picture looks like it is made out of flames. That makes me think Elementalist or Guardian. 2, it looks like it resembles a creature's face. I'm thinking a rabbit or a fox in the flames. A fox made out of flames, spirit animal, makes me also think of kitsunes or fire fox shrine guardians, which are a thing in Guild Wars 2 already. There is a collection, actually, in Skywatch Archipelago where you go around and you find a whole bunch of hiding little infant Shrine Guardian foxes, although I don't think there was any pictures of the foxes themselves on this wiki page, but that is already a thing. There's also the Shrine Guardian skin for the Jackal mount in the game. It is a thing already established. Not sure if it's related to that. If it is a rabbit or a fox made out of fire, and it's a summoned thing, it could be a summon type build for Elementalist, or a summon type build for Guardian, or a new pet type thing for Ranger. So a dedicated Elementalist summoner, or a dedicated Guardian summoner. Ranger already has a pet. Maybe they're getting a second pet that's spiritual. They're getting like, they'll have a solid animal and then a spirit animal. Or maybe they just replace their pet with a spirit animal with this thing. It could be like that. On that note, there was a thing that was pointed out to me long ago. Guild Wars 1 had a canceled 4th expansion called Guild Wars Utopia. And it was going to have a couple of classes in it that never made it to Guild Wars 1. One was called the Chronomancer. You may have heard of it. The other one, there's a sentence here I think you might like. there was an iteration of summoner that would have been about quickly cycling through their summoned creatures. Compared to necromancers who try to keep their minion flock going, summoners would be using up or combining their summons to bring out stronger or alternate versions to fit the situation. And I don't know about you, but an animal made out of fire itself feels pretty flexible. So I'm wondering, this is one of the best ideas, in my opinion, that I've read today, is that this class, they're bringing back possibly the Assassin, they're definitely bringing back the Paragon, they're bringing back the Ritualist. What if they're bringing back the Summoner? They already brought back Chrono. So they could be bringing back the Guild Wars Utopia Summoner in some form with this. Completely different idea. That looks kind of like a mask. What if it is one? Now, when I think of a class wearing a mask, the first thing I think of is the Mesmer. They literally start with one at level 1. So, it could be something related to that. Maybe, it could also be a mask for a different class. If it's made out of fire, maybe it's a mask for the Ellie. I am reminded, I'm going to weave out for a second, of the anime Bleach. Many of the characters, the Arankars, the main character Ichigo, something like them, they would occasionally do this thing where they would go like this, and a mask would appear on them, and it would power them up, and they would their moveset would be very different after they had done that. Maybe it's something like that. You know how instead of like going to a different element, your hotbar changes? What if you put on this mask and it changes your hotbar? I don't know. I'm grasping at straws here, but maybe it's something like that. Maybe it is literally a mask that someone wears, but if it's made out of flames, again, I'm thinking Guardian or Elementalist, but if it is a mask, that makes me think Mesmer, and you put it on, and it changes how you play in some way, shape, or form. I keep calling it a rabbit or a fox. It could be that, what if that's just one of many masks that you get? What if you get like a small collection of them, you could swap between them, the way that Guardians swap between virtues. If we want to look at the mask in like the literal sense, the type of thing that you would often like wear these masks to, I've got a link here from someone in chat for Venetian rabbit masks, which definitely some similarities there. So, we've got these things that you might wear to like a ball or a gala or something like that. What if there is a new class that is going to be like a dancer? Octopath Traveler, as well as some Final Fantasies and some other games, have had a dancer class. I'm hoping it's not that. I've never been fond of those, but I would say it's within the realm. It's an above 0 chance. I'm saying it because I think it's an above 0 chance. Maybe there's going to be some kind of masked gala dancer thing that just like spins around in pirouettes and does roundhouse kicks or something. I don't know. But maybe it is. Maybe they're going to just waltz their way through the battlefield. It would duo very well with the Bard. That's right. Let's see. I don't remember if I already said it, but someone was like, what if it is a ranger summon? So if it's a ranger summon, I can think of 2 possibilities. One, it replaces your pet with this spirit creature. Maybe like a fox made of flames or a rabbit made of flames, whatever, but your pet is replaced by this. The second possibility is you get a second pet, similar to Beast Mastery Hunters in World of Warcraft, where you have one pet that you choose and another one that is like a spirit pet that is kind of copied from the one that you chose, and the form is like malleable. Maybe it's like that. Maybe it's supposed to represent like a second summoned creature type of thing. Not sure, but it's possible. And I think that's it. So, flames make me think Guardian or Elementalist. The mask makes me think Mesmer. The rabbit/fox face makes me think Ranger. I think it's one of those, which is not terribly narrowed down, but it's like, I don't know, are we summoning this thing and it's running alongside us? Are we putting the mask on and it's changing our skills? I don't know. Or, of course, Revenant. Revenant is, of course, the eternal wild card. They're just going to channel Mozilla Firefox. That's their new legend. The new Revenant legend is Mozilla Firefox.
Guys, look at me. I'm so curvy.
Yeah, that'll be what Revs are saying, yes. But I think that's all I got. That's all I got that I wrote down among a half hour looking into this that I thought were decent ideas. There's a lot that were even dumber than this. But what do you guys think? Do you think it's a mask? Do you think it's a summon that runs alongside you? I'm curious to hear your thoughts, and maybe you've got an idea that I completely missed. Open to hear it. Put it in the comments section down below. I'll fight you there. All right. There we go, chat. It is done. Oh, man. I'm way into overtime. My wife's probably like, what is he doing? Ranger Intellists or Elemental Ranger. Yeah, exactly. No need for other classes. Rev is now everything you need. Yeah. Yeah, they just have all the specs. Exactly. Ask Grok quickly. No. I've never asked Grok anything. I'm not breaking that streak for this. All right. Chat, with that, I am way in overtime. I need to go hang out with the family and get this video up so that I'm not a totally deadbeat dad. Thank you guys for joining me this morning. Hope y'all had fun. Really enjoying the Rogue Trader. We'll be back on that tomorrow morning. Tonight, for those interested, we are looking to finish the playthrough of Heavy Rain, which will be in like 4.5 hours. And then if we finish it, might be starting Marvel Spider-Man 2. We will see. So I'll see you guys then. As always, please hit the follow button on Twitch. Subscribe if you're on YouTube. These are links to the 2 YouTube channels, and a special shout out to our dear patrons who keep us in business. Couldn't do without it. Also, for those that are members of my Discord, maybe you don't use Discord often, we have a vote going in the announcement channel right now on the next plushie. I need your help. I need opinions. So go in there. It's just a 1, 2, or 3. If you had to pick one, I would appreciate the feedback. A lot of people yelling at me that Laura's online. Let me see if that is true. There she is. All right. So I'm going to drop a raid on Laura, and I will see you guys over there. Wow, I'm friggin' typos. There we go. All right. Do you want to drop a raid on Laura to support her channel? And I will be back tonight in 4.5 hours with Heavy Rain and possibly some Spooderman. There.
Dude,